Been receiving from all these political entities. Thank you, Rachel. Okay. All right. Thank you, Katrina. I get it. Oh my gosh. Congratulations. Wow. Yeah, I guess so. All right. So, Adam, you're going to have to catch up on what I said from somebody else. So I'm not going to go back and repeat. Or Abe, excuse me, I was incorrect. Abe, you're going to have to catch up from somebody else on what I said. I'm not going to go back and explain it. It's just the way life is. Uh, okay. So, how are we doing on familiarity with the ArcView interface? Plaster, I think that was your thumb, not your middle finger. So I'm assuming that Plaster, that was a sort of okay. All right. um, Nobody's got any comments, or it's pretty, first of all, it's very resource intensive, meaning you got to have a fairly hefty computer to make it run reasonably. So
I have a comment.
Yes, please go ahead.
I just think it was amazing because I've never used it before, and like all the stuff you can do with it, you can find out. My sister wanted me to ask you, does everyone have access to that? That seems a little sketchy. Like you just pay for it and you get to know all of this stuff.
Oh, is your sister a cop?
No, no. She's like, that sounds weird. I was telling her the things that to do, and she's like, does everybody have?
Well,
It's just public information, but
no, it's fine. And I think your sister is quite right to ask that. It's as I think I shared with you guys how much of a struggle it has been sometimes to teach this course, that people will sign up just to steal the software, people that work in the industry. And so I wouldn't hand it out until after you couldn't get your money back for tuition. There's called a census date. So I wouldn't hand it out till after the census date. So if people got it and dropped, at least they had to pay tuition. Now I can inactivate your account. And which is kind of new, but it's more trouble for me. And I'm not, looking to be punitive, but it's been a bit of a challenge. That's why I only hand out 2 chapters at a time of the workbook. I used to just hand out the lessons at the time, but this time I made them all available because I just don't have the damn time. However, the school pays money to Autodesk and in part to ESRI. ESRI has generally been free to all education, which is one of the really cool things about them. So that they give you an educational license that you can distribute to students who are only using it for student purposes. Hence why I would be such a prick when I found out that private industry was signing up to try and get the software for free. And there were other ways that, I could retaliate. Oh gosh, we're all out of students. I'm really sorry we don't have any great students to send to your slimy business. Oh, did I say that? So it's been challenging, but it's totally legal for you guys to use it. It's totally legal for you to log on with VMware because we can cut your account at any time. And I really applaud ESRI over Autodesk. Autodesk, dun, 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 dun. Jaws, okay, in case you didn't get it. They have been very, very monetary and restrictive about the use of their software. We have to pay big money for the student licenses that we get when you're working in the labs. Now, Autodesk does give you, it used to be a 3-year, now it's a 1-year free license because everybody else was doing it and they looked so bad that only very recently have they started doing that. So it is legal to use ESRI software as a student only. You're not able to use it for profit, etc. It's also legal to log on through VMware to the school site and use the applications like Adobe, Microsoft Office Suite, etc. Under, again, our educational licenses that we buy so that we can offer it to students only. And for those of you that might be thinking about starting your own intergalactic civil engineering company, the first hard copy sheet that you put out, you'll notice along the margins, it will say, this is for educational use only, not for commercial use. It's hardwired into the software. So all your clients would see that, and they would see what a dirtbag Intergalactic Civil Engineering Inc. is. And does that answer your question, Rachel? And you can pass that on to your sister? All right, cool. I would have to say that the street value of a lot of the software that you guys get access to in this program is huge. We're probably looking at about 15 grand for ESRI, and probably somewhere about, well, for this class, Civil 3D, you're probably looking at about 8 to 10 grand per seat in private industry. So when you're working for Caltrans or BKF or Pan-Galactic Engineering, and you know they have certain restrictions about use, or you know maybe they don't have all the features that you got to use when you were here. That's why. And some of you will go to work at land surveying companies and civil engineering companies. They'll still be using Land Desktop or a much older version, 2016, 2012. Because back then you could buy it and then just pay for upgrades. Now you have to every year renew your subscription or it stops working. So they're really, anyway, you get the picture. It's a constant back and forth, Dr. Doolittle, push me, pull you type thing. Okay. So last week we talked about cartography. And that was, in a nutshell, how to represent, how to faithfully represent features that exist on the ground on your map. So our goal in civil engineering, land surveying, and GIS is to faithfully represent what we see on the ground on paper, what we see on curved three-dimensional space on two-dimensional paper space. And some of you might say, oh, well, no, wait a minute. When I'm working the software, I can do 3D stuff. Yes, you can. But you're not always looking at 3D stuff on some fancy laptop on the hood of a truck or the tailgate of a truck at a construction site or a building site. You're looking at a map or a series of plan sheets. Gabe, when you guys are out pounding construction stakes, working with construction teams or civil engineering teams, are you guys looking at laptop computers or are you looking at rolled out plans and maps on the trunk of on the tailgate or the hood of a truck?
We're looking at maps on the trunk.
Okay, thank you. And I didn't pay you any money either to say that, right? All right. So, you know, eventually people will have cool tablets like this that will be 3D aware and real world coordinate aware. And you'll have what's called augmented reality, which is different than virtual reality. When you guys put your, you completely separate yourself from the real world with goggles and stuff. Augmented reality is where you're looking at a map on a tablet or a laptop and you're walking around and it knows where it is because it's got some kind of GPS link. And so it's going to overlay the line work from a CAD drawing or a GIS drawing onto a photo or some kind of surface model. And as you move, the line work shows up. Like you're walking through a building, you'll have a model of the building called building information model. And the minute you cross over where an electrical conduit crosses, boom, it'll show up in the tablet as CAD line work. And that's called augmented reality. And that's already here. That's happening all the time. So, but as my immigrant grandmother would say, it's very expensive. And it's not everybody buys that stuff. and just has it sitting around, 10 or 12 of those things to take out in the field. And sometimes it's not practical to take something like that out in the field. So hard copy maps are still the most common vehicle for conveying information. Okay. So this week, we're going to take it one step deeper, and we're going to talk about symbology. Because cartography, symbology is part of cartography. And excuse me a second. Symbology is part of cartography, but both cartography and symbology are not just visual. They are quantitative. And by quantitative, I mean what we went over last week when we saw graduated symbol sizes, smaller symbols representing a smaller number of whatever the symbol is, a proportionally, mathematically scaled proportionally larger size symbol, like twice as large means twice as much, 3 times as large, 3 times as much, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Remember that Canadian oil map that we saw? Or no, Canadian population map with the orange circles? Larger, 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 larger number, larger number, larger number, larger number. So all of this is driven by mathematics in the background. And you're learning that in the Module 2 exercise with categories that are expressed by different colors that are categorical, categories that are continuous numerical, expressed by color ramps that are continuous color change, showing a graduated and continuous increment in intensity that represents a gradual and a corresponding gradual and incremental increase in signal or number or whatever that represents. So we're going to talk about a little bit about symbology and its qualitative, semi-quantitative, and quantitative nature today. Some of the concepts we talk about today are also covered in ABTEC 191, the math course. I got my proposed spring schedule in at about 1:30 this morning. It was due at midnight. And Dawn, our administrative assistant, one of the people who received it, was saying thanks. She's cute. That was very nice of her. And I do have GIS 51 and GIS 54 proposed on there. And just so you guys understand, I know it might feel good for me to think I have all the, I'm the all-powerful person in the universe, but instructors are the lowest people on the totem pole. We, just because I asked to offer a course doesn't mean it's going to get offered, especially when the school is trying to cut courses and people, or people and correspondingly courses to save money. But it's on there, and we have a very strong support from our dean, who lobbies for us with Pinche administration. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look at some slides. So one last thing on module 2, not that we can't talk about it later, but don't be lulled by the fact that I think next week is no class. Somebody check, and actually, let me check.
That's just for 191.
Is that just Mondays?
It's just Monday.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, good. All right. Then sometimes the union inserts these no work days that we just get paid to not do anything, which I think is really, yeah, it's nice for the wallet, but it's terrible for learning and education. You guys get ripped off and the school keeps going broke. So it isn't a PDA day. Thank you, Rachel, I appreciate it.
And the calendar for those.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, okay?
Yeah, I don't think any of those land on any of our other classes.
Well, yeah, thanks.
Well, for
thanks.
this
No,
one and 191.
I've got the not finished crude calendar here. And maybe during one of the breaks, if I can finish it up, I could actually distribute it today. Okay. So let's go to the slides. And let me save this in case my screen gets scrambled. All right. And where'd there it is. Silva, you really need to stop talking and disrupting class, man. It's, I'm going to have to turn you in to the loudmouth police.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, definitely. How's Jared doing?
He's good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You guys busy?
More than we were. Stuff definitely picked up. We have a lot more projects. A few weeks ago was kind of slowing down a little bit, but yeah,
John staying out of your hair?
I don't see him very often.
Okay.
I've probably seen him about 3 times in the office, 2 in the last few weeks, so a little bit more now.
Okay. All right. Can you guys see the slides? Hello? Maybe yes. Somebody give me a...
Yes, sir.
Thank you. A little head bob while I'm refinding all my Zoom stuff, because the minute I go to screen sharing, everything runs away. All right. Okay. All right, let me do the plaster test. Rachel, is this large enough?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So the first thing you're going to discover, if you haven't already, oh gosh, I don't have my phone next to me. I'm sure it can't be important. And I apologize. Usually I would reach over and just shut the ringtone off. So can you guys hear it? Yeah, sorry. So we use the term model a lot in CESGT. And it has different connotations, different definitions, depending on how we use it. So, and especially since GIS is a new vocabulary for you guys and new concepts, try not to let it rattle your cage too much. Try not to be confused by it. A model is just a representation of something that we generally compare to. Reference surfaces, datums, they're models of the Earth's surface. They're very, very, very precisely and accurately measured. So we use those as a comparison for when we establish Earth-based coordinates, either by terrestrial or satellite-based methods. We compare to see how close those coordinates are to known locations on the surface of the Earth that are also represented on the model, like control points. So models are just representations. We have models of a data set, any kind of data set. Cows, pigs, fish, coordinate values, whatever. We have models of map layers. Now, a feature class is a map layer in a geodatabase, as opposed to a map layer that's stored in a shapefile. Remember, we talked about shapefiles are the simplest data container. They were the original way that you would package data so it would not only have its geometric shape, but it would have its coordinate basis attached to it. So it would only come into your map at its appropriate location. Wouldn't come in over here, not over here, not over here. When it's supposed to come in over here, it'll always come in there. So the shape file has location awareness, real world location awareness. Feature classes in a geodatabase, that's like a Costco-sized data container. You can have, a shapefile only has one thing in it. The geodatabase has lots of stuff in it. So it can have multiple map layers or features in it, inside the geodatabase. When it's a layer inside a geodatabase, point, line, polygon, annotation, we call it a feature class. So we can have models of feature classes. We can have models of programming objects, for you programmers that know what that means. We can have mathematical models. Those of you taking APTEC 191 or have taken it, pi r squared is a model. What's it a model for? The area of a circle. 2 pi r is a model. It's a model for, hello? The perimeter of a circle. And of course, you can have all these squiggly functions that, you know, a lot of exponential, polynomial expressions. They're models of a more complicated shape. Okay, so geometry, line or curve, or spatial, 3D, three-dimensional representation or model. Statistical models. Statistical models, for those of you that are in APTEC 191, we just covered one for the past 2 weeks. What is a statistical model that we covered in APTEC 191? Who's in APTEC 191? Nobody? Yeah, plaster. I'm not raising my hand because then he's going to ask me. The normal distribution. That's a model. Remember Charlie, Freddy, Gauss? We showed the function for the normal distribution curve, that little exponential function equation thingy. That's a statistical mathematical model by which we compare our data so we can make predictions about it and characterize it. Usually, and I use that word, compare. Usually we have models so we can compare something to them. So we're going to, question? So we're going to use the word model a lot, and it's probably gonna, freak you out a little bit. Just, roll with it. Try and listen to the words that come right before model, and use your textbook. Have you guys you've all got your textbooks, hopefully? I know one person who's still waiting, but because the bookstore is still behind. Most of you got your textbooks? Okay. Okay, good. Your textbook, I think, is one of the best textbooks, reference textbooks for the money. As a GIS, civil engineering, or land surveying professional, it's going to be something you want to keep on your desk if you work with GIS. It covers our next section, coordinate systems, projections, really well. Volstad is a forester. People go, oh, well, he just cuts down trees. What does he know? Foresters have to do some very serious land surveying. And they have to work in an environment where you don't just get to go out with a GPS. If you're up in a redwood forest, can you even see the Pinche sky? So GPS isn't going to help you. You might get a signal, but it isn't going to represent where you are. People think GPS is magic. It's not. Sometimes it's CACA. That's an abbreviation for not so good. So foresters are astoundingly good land surveyors. And he really brings the technology of spatial location and land surveying into this textbook. I really, really like this textbook. We will use it for GIS 51. Back when we had GIS 52, we used to use it for that. And we will use it for GIS 54. And it costs only $40. And you're using it for 3 courses. Just saying, pretty good deal. So there are 3 basic data models that are used to represent features. The vector model. Vectors are represented generally by lines that have a distance and a direction, or a direction and a magnitude, depending on whether we're in a physics class or an engineering class, or a civil engineering or surveying class. A raster model. Rasters are continuous surfaces, not lines. Continuous surfaces. We use them to represent a surface in computer space, and we use them as prediction surfaces frequently. We'll have a known location here and a known location here, and we will estimate or interpolate in between those 2 points, having cells, each one having an interpolated value until it gets to the next known value. So we're predicting all the points in between this known point and this known point using that raster surface. You could do the same with a line, a vector, but that's only a line. A raster goes out in all directions. It's a surface. Volstad covers these terms exceptionally well. Now, with the advent of high definition laser scanning, I'm throwing in another model that'll probably make it in the textbooks here soon if it hasn't already, and that is the point cloud model. Remember the Market Street point cloud that I showed you guys? It's not really a vector. It's not really 2 points with lines in between them. And it's not really a surface, but it is kind of. It's really its own kind of feature representative model. And it's only going to become more sophisticated and more easily attributed as time goes on. Yeah. So let's talk about vector models. In the times of epidemics, one meaning for the term vector means carrier. Okay, Silva's got cooties. Silva carries the cooties to work. So we create a straight line direction showing the carrier relationship between Silva and who he gives cooties to at work. That's in public health and infectious disease. Carrier. It's very common, you'll hear epidemiologists say, well, the mosquito or mosquito-borne diseases or the diseases are vectored by mosquitoes. It just means it's a line from one subject to another subject, or one place to another place, representing how. What city do you live in, Silva?
Santa Rosa.
Santa Rosa. Let's say you vectored the disease to Healdsburg. So we put a little line on the map, you know, with your face and some numbers underneath it. Public health enemy number 1. You transmitted cooties from Santa Rosa to Healdsburg. And we'd send out contact tracers and thugs to pick you up and all that stuff. So vector means carrier. This was a big deal in civil engineering, as I have shared with some people, back when we were building, for example, the Panama Canal. I bet one person in attendance here knew I was going to say that. Oh God, here he's going to go off on that Panama Canal shit again. God, Reg, just shut up. Well, it was a big deal because we were trying to build the Panama Canal and there were more mosquitoes than there were people. And they were infected and they bit us and we got infected. So the mosquitoes carried or vectored the disease. In physics, a vector is a line of force. It's defined mathematically by a magnitude and a direction. In civil engineering and land surveying, we take that physics definition and we refine it a little bit more. We say in a coordinate system, a coordinate-based system, a vector model is a line-based model, L-I-N-E based model, and each vector is a distance and a direction. And I really should say direction and distance. Why? For those of you who have had me before. Why should I put direction before distance if I'm going to be like, you know, really anal about it?
Because you have to
Martin,
know
if
which.
I tell you to go 200 feet, I'm sorry, Plaster.
Yeah,
I
you have to
interrupted you.
know which way you want to go before you go there.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. So, yeah, I say, Martin, go 300 feet. She goes, dude, why don't you tell me which way to go first before you tell me how far to go, you stupid? Oh, okay. All right. So, direction and distance. Mathematically, we define a vector on a Cartesian plane. Well, we all know what a Cartesian plane is, the XY coordinate system we learned in grade school and developed by Rene Descartes, a French mathematician. So we call it Cartesian because it's named after him, because we all know that only men invented mathematical things back then because women just didn't know anything about math. Not. Okay. I always have to get my little plugs in here. Okay. Vector models are composed of different types of vector geometry. Now, really, a point is not a line. A point is not a vector. It is a dimensionless location. The minute you have 2 points, now you have a line. Now you have a vector. The minute you have multiple lines that are continuous from each other, you either have a polyline. If that polyline closes back on its original self, then you have a polygon. So in vector models, we generally represent things using vectors or lines with points directing those lines. So the geometry components of a vector model are points, lines, polygons. Now, in CAD, we use these points, lines, and polygons to make surfaces that are not called raster surfaces. They're called triangulated, they're called TIS, triangulated, triangulated inter-something network. And there are a series of points, and we connect all of them, making triangular surfaces. And those surfaces then, I think I do have a picture of it coming up. Yeah, good, there's one. So the way we represent surfaces, triangulated irregular network. I knew it'd come to me. Triangulated irregular network. So this is how we try to represent surfaces using vector models. Now, each point can have an attribute, and it can have multiple attributes assigned to it. The database behind the point, the attribute table that you guys now know about, behind the geometry, point, line, polygon, or tin geometry, you can have one or many attributes per entity. One point can have many attributes. Minimally, it can have an X, a Y, and a Z. But it can have X, Y, Z, and building corner, because it represents the corner of a building. The line can be the name of a street. It could be a one-way street or a two-way street. It could be it could be a regular city street. It could be a highway. It could be a freeway. So lines can have multiple attributes. Polygons. A parcel in downtown Santa Rosa. Your typical four-sided, quarter-acre land parcel. Well, we could have the owner's name, the owner's address, the parcel number, whether they paid their taxes. On and on it goes. Multiple attributes for one polygon. And we'll talk about tins in a minute. So how accurately these model components are located is based on how the model is constructed. And generally that goes directly to how much money did you pay to make it? Not always, but the more money you pay to make it, generally the more accurate it is to a smaller and smaller unit of location, more precise unit of location. And higher precision leads to higher accuracy. Now, again, we've covered precision and accuracy in AppTech 191. We're going to cover it. I think we covered it also in Survey 60. If you really want to learn more about this, we're going to cover it a little bit more in the coordinate system and datum aspect of this course. But basically, positional precision is how finely can your instrument measure. Precisional accuracy has nothing to do with the Pinche instrument. It has to do with, is the instrument measuring at the proper location that it's claiming to represent? Does it represent truth? Does that precise location represent the true location, or is it off a little bit? Okay. Vector model is easier to analyze for its location, its relative position, or distances. So here's a representation of a tin. Some people call this a wireframe surface, but you can see how a number of lines have been connected to form triangles, and each one of these triangles, because each one of these points has an elevation, each one of these triangles has an interpolated slope or grade or elevation change between points. Interpolated meaning it can be estimated depending on how you estimate. And remember, this surface is a best fit, in a sense, averaged model of all of these, all this wireframe. So some of these lines are going to be visible from underneath and not from above, because they're going to be slightly below. Some of them are going to be slightly above. Some of them are going to be exactly right on. See, these right here, they're just kind of slowly coming up from the bottom, barely visible, mostly below, just kind of nicking the surface here, 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 enough so you can kind of see the line. Your surface is fitted to the overall geometry model. Within some tolerance. So here it's a little below tolerance. Some of these might be a little above tolerance, and some of them might be right at tolerance. So here is a vector. This is a three-dimensional vector because it has components on three different axes: the x-axis, the y-axis, and the z-axis. If this was a two-dimensional vector, it would be this line here, because it would have no z component. It would just have a y component and an x component. The minute it has a z component, it becomes a three-dimensional vector. Okay. Raster models. Here's a raster model. It's a continuous prediction surface composed of cells, square, uniform, square cells. So a raster model is a continuous 2 or 3-dimensional matrix of uniformly, all the same, uniformly sized square cells. They have to be uniform and they have to be square. Kind of like me. L7s, you remember L7s from when you were a kid? Oh, they're really L7s, okay. Why? Because then from one point, one cell, you can compute distance to other cells because all the cells are precisely the same size and they are all the same shape. All cells are only assigned one attribute. So remember I said you can have all sorts of attributes for a parcel or a line. Cells only get one value. They get a location and they get one value. That's it. One attribute value. And that would be somewhere between an integer between 0 and 2. 1. Okay. They are used primarily for representing surfaces and interpolating surfaces or prediction surfaces. Imagery is a raster. Imagery is a raster. Have you ever zoomed in on a photograph and it starts to what we call pixelate? Bunch of squares. Whoa, that's a raster. That is a raster. It's not a prediction surface. It's another application of using a square cell matrix. Cathode ray tube televisions, you know, the kind that were really deep, square boxy. I don't know, your parents might have had one for their computer when you were really little. Anybody knows what okay, thank you. I know I'm old, but those are called raster monitors. And LCDs are still the same damn thing, but it's just marketing hype. You got an electron gun in the back. You know, here's your screen. Here's you on the other side. You on the other side of the screen. Here's the screen. You have this gun that goes back and forth. And then it goes back up again. Really fast, faster than my hand can show you. That's called your refresh rate that some of you might think about when you're buying a monitor now. And the gun would excite one cell on the screen that was really small and that would make an image because it went so fast. Your eye couldn't tell because the refresh rate was faster than your eye's ability to perceive one image at a time. Frames per second. So that cathode ray gun would be boiling off electrons, heating up those cells at different colors, and it would create either a black and white 2-color image, which was back what TV was like when I was a kid, or now a color image. And so a flat screen is really nothing more than a bunch of raster cells that are really, really small. We call them LCDs, and they get excited in a really fast, rasterized way, and you see pictures, you see moving pictures. So a single image can be a raster, or what you are looking at right now can be a raster. Does everybody get, I mean, I was kind of pretty weird on the way I was explaining that. You guys get what I'm saying when I was doing all that, you know, crazy hand motion stuff? Okay, cool. So here's a raster surface. And the way in which we get multiple attribute relationships is we superimpose raster surfaces on each other. Excuse me. Can't really hawk loogies in class, so I have to blow my nose. Sorry about that. Okay, it's better than snorkeling all the way through the lecture. Look the word up. So I used to use raster models a lot in a previous life when we were developing land for vineyards. We'd have one raster surface for nitrogen content, one raster surface for phosphorus content, one raster surface for sand, loam, rock, all the different components of soil. And when we add those all up, we align them all up, and then we add up the numbers. If they were all favorable numbers, we'd get a high score for good soil. If they were unfavorable numbers or mixed favorable numbers, we'd get a lower overall score for mixed soil. So you can use math and algebra to manipulate cells that are co-located over each other to estimate features or components of surfaces. So not only are they good predictors, but they're good explainers. They are good explanatory models. So that vectors and rasters each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Questions? Point clouds, well, I've kind of talked about that. They originate from some sort of high definition emitter, scanning source. We're talking hundreds of thousands to a million or so points per second that gets sprayed out of a laser that's going like this and going like this. And it's like spray painting something. If I am here and I just spray paint from this perspective, am I going to cover everything? No, I'm just going to cover everything that's in a line from me going outwards. If I want to create a 3D point cloud, I have to move over here and spray paint back in this direction and move over here and spray paint back in this direction. Now everything is spray painted. I can see full three-dimensional perspective. Everybody get that spray paint analogy? Yeah? Okay, thank you. So when we are collecting point clouds, sometimes you'll see these, you go, well, gee, there's nothing behind that one surface. Well, that's right, because they didn't set up behind it and shoot forward. They just were driving down the street and captured the facade or the front of all the buildings and the features. And maybe they kind of roughed them in. Like here's a street sign, and here's the scanner going by in a car, right? So it gets it from over here, it gets it from here, and it gets it from here. And then somebody roughs it in, or it's okay, it's round, so let's make a circle using those 3 points on the perimeter. We know the diameter because it's a standard streets light post. It's like a Model 6 light post, so we know that. So we can actually reconstruct it without having to spray paint it from all sides, if we know the dimensions. So there's a certain amount of field scouting that goes along with incomplete scanning. It's all right, works. Okay. So dense cloud approach. Yeah, they approach image quality for sure. Points, Each point is stupid. All it knows is X, Y, and Z, where it is in space. You have to attribute that point. You have to say, that's the corner of a window. That's the middle of the window in the center. That's the lower corner of the window. That's the doorway. That's the corner of the building. That's the light post. You have to go in and make an attribute table for points. Now, do you do it for every point? Not necessarily. It's kind of like a library. You go check out a book. You go in and say, well, I only need these points to reconstruct these features. Later on, maybe I'll need some other points. I'll go back in and get those. So that's a big money saver where, as a surveyor, you can go out and scan the crap out of a site, and maybe you only use some of those points now and some of those points later, saving a trip back out. Now, you have to make sure that you know what you're doing the first time. So when you go, oh, well, we didn't get that. Well, why didn't you? Okay. So, all right. Because of the intense volume of data in a point cloud, it consumes significant data storage and data computing resources. You have to have really fast and really lots of memory computers. When scanning first came out, the smart companies were going in and they were building computers that had solid state hard disks with fiber optic connections for super fast throughput and super high data storage. So you could work real time with those point clouds. Now they're just so dense that we work in regions. We'll take region A, then region B, and region C, or maybe we'll take A and B, and then B and C, and then C and D. But it's pretty tough to work with the whole thing. Okay. So, did you guys get what I was saying here when I used the soil characteristics model for these different layers? Let me explain how that works. Usually when you're doing soil pit analysis for agriculture, the soil scientist goes out with a backhoe or a backhoe operator, and the backhoe digs a 5-foot deep hole in a site, a location. And if it's a really skilled operator, they'll make little steps so that the soil scientist can step down. And you will look, here's what we call the side of the pit, it's called a soil pit. And you will look for horizons or changes in soil color and consistency and type. And we call those horizons down to the bottom of the 5-foot. Usually 5 feet is adequate for most agriculture. Other industries, different depths. Usually the root zone for most of the agriculture we have up here, which is grapes, is about 5 feet. So then they'll sample soil from each of those areas. And that soil will get tested for multiple soil characteristics, different salts and chemical components, different types of soil. Soil is usually made up of rock, loam, or sand. And so different soil physical components, and they'll send that off to a lab. And a lab will run tests and give you back a number value for your phosphorus, for your pH, for your nitrogen, for your loam, for your sand, for your gravel, for whatever. And then you will layer, you'll get a value for phosphorus for here, phosphorus for here, phosphorus for here, phosphorus for here. So you can see you're going to get a gradient across that grid. So when I want to know the phosphorus nitrogen interaction or the phosphorus nitrogen pH interaction, acid alkaline relationship, I stack these baby-O's over each other. Each thing is important. Each chemical and soil physical component is important in predicting how useful that soil is going to grow stuff. So we can evaluate soil suitability by stacking these grid layers and adding or subtracting or multiplying these values to get a summary value that says very suitable, kind of suitable, not suitable, don't buy this property. So that's what I mean by stacking raster layers. Did that help a little bit? And I really kind of skipped through that quickly. But just because I'm talking about agriculture, it can be any series of measurements. I mean, the easiest way to understand a raster surface, let's just take this top one, forget about these two bottom ones. This is elevation. How many feet above something, or above ground, or above sea level, or above whatever. And so we can say, gee, well, it's kind of steepest here and kind of goes downhill in these other directions. So we can compute slope.
I have a question.
Sure.
In electronic navigation, like on ships and stuff, I was always taught that we have raster charts and we have vector charts. I was taught that the raster chart was kind of like the dumb chart, and that it was basically just a scanned paper chart with an overlay of like the ship and just kind of moving along. And then the vector chart was more just calculations, and you can add more information and kind of layers. But I guess that's just for the context of navigation. The vector would be better to analyze for position, but the raster might be able to display information better. Is that kind of what is going on?
I'm going to go make some coffee, and Chelsea's going to take over teaching the course here. No, that's very, very perfectly stated. Thank you. A lot of your navigational charts are dated, D-A-T-E-D. And they come from a time where we used to take aerial photographs with much less ability to resolve detail on the ground. So the raster cell size was 10 meters or 30 meters. And, 30 meters is about what, 100 feet? So I'm predicting slope with a measurement every 100 feet. So that makes it a lot less precise than if I'm mapping something where the cell size is a quarter of a foot. I'm going to see a lot more detail. I'm going to be able to predict a lot more effectively. So older raster charts, USGS and NGS and probably NOAA charts, I'm guessing that's where you get your stuff from. They used to start out with aerial photos that back in the old days were, they were good for the time. They were 30 meter, maybe even worse, 100 meter sampling. Each pixel was 100 meters by 100 meters. Yikes. That's not very detailed. So the information would be crude, not very good for estimating. So they would take that image and they would take each pixel and they would assign certain elevations to it, mostly, based on a different elevation estimate that was crude. So each cell only gets one number. So old navigational charts, they could be pretty crude. And I think that's where you're going with your comments about some of the older raster charts where they were good for background, but they really weren't good for estimating. You'd use vector maps that were made newer with maybe hydrography or low-flying aerial radar or sonar. And those maps collected points. Those points had lines made, and then those lines, those elevation point estimates were laid down against a raster image. And you used the point estimates for ciphering, which is what Jethro used to do. He was, when he would do his gazintas, 2 gazinta 4 2 times, Beverly Hillbillies. So when you're doing calculations, you use the vector data. For visual context, you use the raster data. So I'm guessing that's where you're going, because you're talking about charts that usually have to do with above or below mean sea level elevations.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and I know everything's going paperless too nowadays. Like everything's going to be electronic, and they're saying raster charts are basically going to be illegal eventually, and they're only used for backup. So everything's vector, at least for navigation.
Yeah, that's great until some little fly flies in and short circuits the whole ship, right? And well, where are the maps? Where are the maps? Come on, they're going to blow us up! Quick, quick, quick! We got to aim the guns. So I'm with you, but it's when you said backup, or yeah, it's backup, but anyway, you get my point. Anything that has to do with electricity, if you don't have electricity, you don't have it, whatever it is. Okay. So I'm trying to see. Let me see. We're going to take a break here in a minute. I know I'm talking but I was kind of looking for one little example. Oh, you can never find something when you need it. It's like, where's the cop when you need a cop? Okay. Let me save this as a PDF so it'll be a little out of the way. We put it on the desktop. All right. I love this map. This is a very cool map. And I used to use these all the time, just like you're talking. I mean, they were not the best when you zoomed in, but what the heck? Let me go ahead and put this up now. Come on. Okay, can you guys see this? This is a USGS, what we call quadrangle map, quad map. You will see these. You probably use these, Chelsea. I'll bet you use maps like this. Well, maybe, I don't know, on occasion. This is a raster map. If we zoom in, eventually it starts to pixelate. See the pixel? But, come on. I was discussing a boundary with Macaulay, Ron Macaulay, who I refer to frequently. He works for BKF. And he had a boundary survey he was doing down here at Point Richmond. And there's an incredible history to Point Richmond. Incredible. It used to be the biggest wine exporting location in the United States. It used to be an Asian shrimp fisherman encampment. It currently is an oil refinery. See all these oil refinery tanks? But I used to go out and do survey work and throw my survey work down on these maps for perspective. Not for measurement detail. Now, I would reproject them into the same coordinate system that my survey work was on. So I'd get, pretty close. But this is nothing but a bunch of cells. Square cells, each one with a color. A shade color. Shade of blue, shade of green, shade of red, black, gray. But there's a lot of detail here. And look, there are elevation contours. I don't know why my mouse is being so pinche retarded. We got elevation contours, 100 feet. And look at that. VABM 328. You see that? Everybody see that? Come on. VABM 328. See that? That's a vertical control benchmark. Vertical altitude benchmark number 328. That was a very precisely surveyed marker that was very accurately placed, and that was used as a reference to establish all the elevations and make the contour lines and intervals. But you can see when we zoom in, it's not very sharp or clear. And it doesn't do me any good to measure the length of one of these pixels, but I think each one of these pixels is about 30 feet. I think this 10-meter DEM, digital elevation model, underneath it. So, but for Macaulay and I to be able to discuss boundaries, railroad easements, city boundaries, navigational boundaries. This was awesome. This was incredible historical information for boundary research. I had to project it for him so he could pull it into CAD. I actually had it in state plane coordinates. We'll learn about those. So I sent it to him, and when he pulled it into CAD, it came in right underneath his line work. So, okay. 9:30. Let's take a break till 9:45. Floatway. See you later.
Okie dokie, smoky. Yo, yo, yo. We're back on. All right, so let's kind of review here. We had a little show and tell moment. Let's talk about a little bit about the anatomy of these models. Points really don't have a dimension. They don't have a length or a width. They have a location, either a two-dimensional or three-dimensional, meaning an X and a Y, or an X and a Y, or a Z coordinate. But you can't really say that the point is 1 foot by 1 foot, or 2 feet by 2 feet, or it's just a coordinate. So it's not really a vector, but it defines vector location. So it's a very important piece of geometry in a vector model. Piece of geometry in a vector model. So lines, holy guacamole, really important. In symbology, line width can be a scaled symbolic message. Narrow can be a one-lane road. Wider could be a two-lane road. Wider yet, a main street, a highway, a freeway. Single line, double line. So line weight or width can be used as symbology. Polygons, they tend to be two-dimensional. They can also be symbolized with line weight and type and fill. What do we fill them with? Do they have a background? Do they have a color? Do they have hashing? Do they have little, do they have a fill that has a little diagrammatic aspect to it? Like, come on, where is the, stop being underneath. See, here's a hatching that shows some kind of texture. Swampland. Here's swampland. Here's some kind of shallows. Here's mud. Here's water. So your fill can be diagrammatic. That's symbology, symbological. Green as opposed to white. Well, that probably means that there's some kind of vegetation here. Okay. With vector models, we can have multiple attributes assigned. So we can have a data table or attribute table. Any one of those data columns in the data table can be used as a label. Pretty powerful. So we're just kind of restating the same approach for a raster anatomy. Your cell can have a point. The point can either be at any one of the four corners or in the middle. And that can be used for referencing the raster in a coordinate system. Because they're uniform size and shape, you only need one point to position a raster. Rasters always have an orientation of north, or by convention, north is always oriented straight up. Lines on a raster model are the width of one cell or multiple cells. Yeah, my mouse is going weird on me here. Here's a line. Is that a nice straight line, easy to define? Not unless it's going north, south, east, or west, where it's the rasters all line up perfectly. Otherwise, it gets kind of jaggedy. So if you're trying to represent a smooth line, a raster surface is not necessarily the best way to represent that line. Look at this line. Well, is it really this many cells wide in real life? No, it's because it's a picture. So, and it jumps over here, then it, oh, well, where's really the center of this? Is it this one? Is it this one? How about over here? Where's the center? Very poorly defined. Rasters are not great for geopositioning unless the cells are super, super small. Then it takes a lot of memory to work with that raster file. Okay. So you can depict lines and polygons with the raster, but not very well. Better to use a vector. Vectors can capture the polynomial smoothing to a curve data that best represents that curve with a line, line, 3 syllables. Attributes. That raster only gets one attribute. Here, this cell has one attribute, the color number for black. That's it. Does it have an attribute for line? No. You have to infer that. This cell has a color number for blue. Does it have an attribute called water? No. It's got a number. And that number represents a color, like on a color table. RGB, HSV, CMYK, those all have numbers. So that's the only attribute that this raster has, is one attribute for color. Well, that's cool. When we zoom out to the scale that it was intended to be viewed at, it's got sufficient detail for us to discern information. Great map. I really love that map. Awesome. Okay. Wait a minute. Let me plasterize this. Okay. Where's Plaster? Is she here? Yeah, there you are. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the trade-offs between deciding on whether to represent my feature as a raster or a vector, or a raster or a vector. Am I going to want to do some raster math analysis? Oh, well, maybe I should have multiple raster layers. I don't need conventional symbology. I just need a color ramp. Okay, data containers. We talked about this already. Just a quick review. The most basic data container is the shapefile. The shapefile is a group of files. The shapefile is a group of files. Files are grouped in groups that represent shapefiles. Just going and grabbing the file name .shp and trying to open it will not open the data container with the data. You have to grab all the other file names of the same file name that are the support files that create the shapefile group. Hey, send me that shapefile. Somebody just sends the SHP. Dude, I can't open your shapefile. Well, that's because they didn't send you everything you need to open it. Here's an index file. Here's a database file. That's going to have your attribute table. Here's a projection file. That's going to put it in the right coordinate space. All of these files are going to be, for example, Richmond, say some parcel in the city of Richmond. One polygon is a shape file, but it's all these different files together that open up as one layer in a map, the shape file. Okay. In a geodatabase, it's a little smarter. Shapefiles can't calculate a curve. They can't retain curve elements, for those of you that are working in CAD and know what that is. A geodatabase can. It can take the mathematical trigonometric model components that constitute a horizontal tangent curve and store them as math. So it can faithfully reproduce that curve every time. In a shapefile, it has to make a bunch of little chords, C-H-O-R-D-S, chord, short lines to approximate that curve. Short, straight lines to approximate the curve. So it just gets very messy when you're trying to edit a curve as a shapefile. You've got all these nodes, and you got to move each stinking one to edit the curve. Very inconvenient. Simple, easy, small, dumb. Not simple, less easy, large, smart geodatabase. Very smart, has a lot more intelligence. Now, the last thing, a map document is not a data container in the sense of a shapefile or a geodatabase. Your map document is a file that points to all these other files. It points to all these other files. So when I say, send me the Richmond project, and I have a map document that says Richmond 1, and it points to some shape files in Richmond, and it has that image of Richmond, and it has a geodatabase with a lot of features of Richmond. Somebody just sends me the MXD file. Dude, why isn't the map opening? Because you didn't send me the supporting data, the shape files and the geodatabase that go along with the map document. Know your data. Okay. What it does store is the links and the symbology for your map. So it's important, but it doesn't have the data. you'll open your map up and you'll get all the red exclamation points of death in your table of contents. And you won't, your map won't be there. Your table of contents will be there. It says, yeah, I've got these layers and they're supposed to look like this symbologically, but I ain't got no data for them. I'm pointing to some place and there's no data file there. Okay, well, there's a way we can fix it. So let's talk about symbol types. What do you think this symbol here represents?
The direction of a runway at an airport.
Wow. Deep thinker. Yeah. Good job. Symbologically, it could just be an airport. Or if you are putting more thought into symbolizing your map, yeah, it could be the direction of a runway. Very good. So here's just a regular marker with a point in the center. Maybe a square marker represents one thing. A brown marker represents another versus a green one. A larger one represents something larger than a smaller one. Very unrepresentative, though. What do they represent? I don't know. Street signs, cities, cars, airports. I don't know. That's why you have a legend on your map, always, to explain your symbols. Lines and line type and line weight. What's this line? I don't know. Is it a stream, creek, river, ocean? I don't think it's an ocean. River, maybe, depending on what scale we're looking at it at. How about this line? It's red. That's important. Red is like, whoa, get your attention. Stop, stop, stop. But what is it? I don't know, but it's got my attention. Stop, stop, stop. What about this? Well, that's 5 lines, 3 black ones and 2 yellow ones, all together as one line. Is that a 2-lane road with a center divider? Is that a one-way side of a freeway with 6 lanes? I don't know. What's this? Is that a fence or is that a railroad track? I don't know. What's this? Well, it's a broken line and it's got different size intervals or segments. Is that some kind of a boundary? Does that represent a special kind of extent, boundary? I don't know. Go look at my legend. Polygons, fill pattern. Well, this is kind of a greeny fill pattern. Is that because it's vegetation? Is that because that color represents some other kind of value? And how about this here? I don't know, is that like a crown? Is this like some royalty kingly wallpaper or queenly wallpaper? Maybe it's a swamp. Maybe that's like marsh plants. I don't know. Go look at the legend. But each one of these, once it's defined, helps you to understand the map. Symbology. The cool thing about symbology is once you make it or use it, it's reusable. We have symbol libraries that you can pick from. You can save those. They can reuse that symbology. And every time members of your project see that symbol, they know what it is because it's always representing the same thing. We talked about symbol libraries before. Here is a symbol library for a regional park, state park, federal park. This is a bear viewing point. I guess, you know, you have to take your clothes off or something. I don't know. Bicycle trail. Boat launch. Bus stop. Campgrounds. Here's where you pay your campground fee. All right. Those are all specific to a park. Here's a crime symbology. Here's just a regular old geometric symbols that you can use and identify stuff. Here's a utility symbology library. Kind of cool. Labeling supports symbology. The symbology here is the color of the polygon. Hopefully each polygon has a unique color. This has got a solid color. This has got a grainy color, solid, grainy, grainy. And the label supports the polygon. And really, the only reason we're using color here is to show where Germany ends and Poland begins. What's the shape? Remember, I talked about attributes. Well, this is a dumb label. You put it in, you call it an attribute in your map document. It has no relationship to any data table. All these features, polygons, have a relationship to a data table. I could display them as their name. I could display them as their nation number, or I could display them as their country abbreviation, just by changing the label. So labels can be qualitative, categorical. And within categorical, we have nominal categories or ordinal categories. Nominal just means name. Ordinal means there's some order to it. Baby bear, mama bear, papa bear. Small, medium, large. Cold, warm, hot. Large, medium, small, extra large, double extra large. Ordinal is two smalls equal to a medium? Is two mediums equal to a large? I don't know. Probably not. Does it have to be? No, because it's ordinal. It's not continuous. It's not a true quantitative relationship. It's a semi-quantitative relationship. All right, let's go to nominal. Well, water bodies have a name. Here are some names. This is usually a text field. We could have some other kind of location that has a alphanumeric name. Just because it has numbers doesn't mean we can add or subtract them and operate on them mathematically. Symbology can denote type, a type of store, a type of zone. Again, this is not a numerical variable, it's a text variable. You don't add and subtract zones to get some other kind of zone. You can sort them by numeric value to identify where they are, perhaps, but 490 divided by 122 is not another zone. Okay. You can rank things. That's where we have the ordinal relationship. These are categorical up here. These are ordinal. They're generally all text fields. Large, medium, small. Bus stops. Stop order. First stop, second stop, third stop, last stop. That's an ordinal relationship. Is it numerical? Are two first stops equal to a second stop? So you got to remember, when you see numerical information, is it really numerical, or is it categorical or nominal, just expressed as a text field? Sometimes we'll code certain things with numbers to save data space. Used to be more important back when computers didn't have a lot of memory. 0, 1, yes, no. No is 0, yes is 1. Male, female, 1, 2. 2, 1. We coded them. Did two yeses equal a no? Of course not. But we coded them with numbers to save space. So here would be a nominal symbology, hurricane name. Here would be an ordinal symbology, class of hurricane, symbolized by width. And we know that the class of the hurricane changes. So the width can change. You'll notice these are raster files. So look how jaggedy the lines are. It's because they're just a clip. Oh, excuse me. A clip of a picture. Okay. All right, let's get into quantitative symbology. Counts. Population is the attribute. Populations of different cities. Here's a small city, medium-sized city, larger city, based on population. Amounts. Revenue generated by different territories. Sales territories, political territories, whatever. And is the revenue in dollars? Thousands of dollars? I don't know. Just, I'm going to assume dollars because it has 2 decimal places, but I should check. Here, I can add and subtract these. I can multiply and divide these if I want to have some kind of mathematical relationship. I can operate on them. I can say revenue, I can normalize revenue by area. Maybe it's a really large territory with a small population, or a very small territory with this population. So if I want to know money per square acre or per acre, I could normalize this by acreage, and I come up with a different number. Because they are quantitative attributes, I can do that. A rate. How many people in XYZ County can read as a percent? 52%, 66%, 82%. Quantitative. I can operate on these mathematically. Measurement data, which we tend to be intimately involved with. In this case, the depth in meters of a well. Kind of important with drought conditions. But is that the depth of the well? Is that the depth of the water level? I don't know. All I know is that it's numerical. And I have to assume it was either correctly or incorrectly measured with the same or different devices, because look at the precision. If I can measure to 4 decimal places, why aren't all of these measured to 4 decimal places? If I can only measure to 2 decimal places, why didn't somebody round these down to 2 decimal places? Because this is unnecessary decimal precision. Maybe even false decimal precision. I don't know. I have to go examine this. So, within quantitative symbology, we have interval, continuous, non-zero, numerical, scaled sequence of values. Time, temperature, continuous, non-zero, numerical, scale, scaled on a number line, goes to the right of 0, to the left of 0. That's an interval scale. Ratio. An interval scale may not go to infinity. It may not even go to 0. A ratio scale is a true number line. It has a defined 0 point, and it goes to infinity in either direction. Ratio scaling, interval scaling. An interval is just like it says. It's some interval that's taken off a number line and used by itself. Degrees Celsius is not infinite in both directions. There's a point at which there's no more kinetic activity. Okay, quantitative information. So here's some symbology strategies. Here are population data intervals represented by color. You got to think about this because the numbers are all over the place. We have a lot of perhaps significant numbers, significant digits here. I don't know. But we're going from the low 100,000s up to 26 million. Then the rest are in millions, 26 and change to 51 and change, almost 52, almost 52 to 77, almost 78. Almost 78 to about 103.5, more or less. So we got some intervals. The darker the color, the denser the population. The lighter the color, the less dense your population. So the color does actually provide a semi-quantitative support, and the legend gives you the numerical intervals. Similarly here, this isn't quite as clear, although lighter, darker, darker, darker. This is all one shade of a color. This is kind of, but less graduated. Here, depending on the scale, you might, and if you have more categories, two colors might look so similar you can't tell the difference. If you had like 11 categories of a color ramp. So here, they don't want you any mistake between categories. And really and truly, are 11 categories going to help your map reader? Whoa, dude, I'm so cool. I got 11 categories on my map. Really makes up space. You know, Reg can't nick me for empty space on my map. Okay, but can your eye really identify 11 different colors at a visual scan over some data? There are different schools of thought from cartographers, but somewhere about 7 to 9 is about all the eye can really process. And if you think about it for a minute, that makes sense. So how do you decide on how many classifications to assign? I don't know. They are your data. I don't have to understand your data. I just have to view your map. You have to understand your data. You have to know how to characterize and describe, hello, descriptive statistics, AppTech 191, and describe your continuous or categorical data at some level of intervals. Now, nominal is easy. Ordinal, not so bad. But numerical, fully quantitative data, well, ArcGIS gives you some tools, basic classification approaches. Do you want to use equal interval, equal density, some sort of standard deviation, or quantile, quartile, quintile, tertile? Do you want to use a model called the Jenks test? Well, I don't know. Not my data. Not up to me. Up to you. Do you understand your data? Do you know the best way to represent it? There is an author, Ed Tufte, Tufte. You've already been to his website. I have? Oh, that tells me where you are with your homework assignments. Ed Tufte has written some books. The very first book he wrote was called The Visual Display of Quantitative Information. Visual Display of Quantitative Information. Does that sound like what we're doing right now? Hello? Kinda, yeah. He's actually written 4 books now. I think I've got 2 or 3. They're pretty interesting books. You want to explore your data so you know how best to characterize them to get the message across on your map. So you can do exploratory data analysis. We talked about this week in AppTech 191. John Tukey, the father of exploratory data analysis, box and whiskers plot. Take the math course. If maybe you've had a stats course and you've heard of John Tukey. Exploratory data analysis is a research and statistical method. However you choose to explore your data, you can use those categorization tools to get a start on it. Pick some categories, take a look. You're exploring. Maybe I need more categories. Ooh, too much. Make fewer. Okay, that color scheme. Ooh, icky. Let me see if I can change it to a better color scheme. Labels. I really need to work on my labels. Create some labels that really communicate what I want to communicate for the symbology in my legend. Am I going to do that in the attribute table? Or am I going to do that on the table of contents? What's that? Right mouse click properties. Right mouse click properties. Right mouse click properties. Are the classifications intervals appropriate? Appropriate for what? Appropriate for your audience to process? 35 categories? Totally overkill. You don't look cool because you've got 35 categories. Are they scientifically appropriate? Are they statistically appropriate? I don't know. They're your data. You know. You've studied your data. All I have to do is look at your map and understand your map. Are they mutually exclusive? Does one interval end at a level of precision that excludes any other possible values to where the next interval begins? Any fractional values? Well, it depends on how you set up your intervals. So how can I set up my categories? I can show totals. I can show percentages. I can show some kind of normalized rate, miles per gallon, furlongs per fortnight, population per square mile, per square kilometer, which would be a density type of relationship. How do I select my symbols? I have graduated color, a color ramp, graduated size, we've already seen that. We looked at that Canada population map. A bar or column symbol. Be careful, but they can be very cool. When you want to show comparison of 2 or 3 different things, you show a bar chart or a column or a horizontal or vertical bar chart. So you have a lot of options, but the responsibility is on the map maker to think about their data, not just be a button pusher. Think about their data, not be a button pusher. Okay. Also deciding on classification symbology. How uniformly spaced are these numerical data? Well, same thing. How are they distributed in space? How near to each other are they, and how far away from each other are they? Maybe that's going to be the basis upon which I characterize them. Well, I've got to take a look at that. ISO. What does ISO mean? When you see ISO in part of a word, what does that mean? I'm so sick of this. No. It means the same. ISO lines are lines of equal value. What's an example of an iso line or an isometric line. We already saw one earlier. I'm waiting. You were watching. I said it. You tell me. We were looking at a map. I'm talking about a line of equal value. I pointed one out. Anybody remember what it was?
Is a contour line a isometric line?
Yes, thank you, Chelsea. Yeah, a line of equal elevation. Contour lines, contour intervals. The interval is every so many feet between lines. The line itself is, the elevation is the same value anywhere on this line. Now, we are accustomed to seeing elevation lines, but as I showed you in the first week of this course, a vineyard heat summary could have iso lines. Cumulative heat summation for a vineyard. We had iso lines that represented hot and cold areas of that vineyard. We're going to get into standardization and polygon centroids in GIS 51. We're going to leave that alone in here. We've already kind of covered this, I think. Classifying. This is classifying by vector model. This is classifying by raster model. So we'll have color ramps. Instead of being on a grayscale image 0 to 255, because there are 256 shades of gray in a grayscale image, we'll have a number indicating lowest or highest potassium content, phosphorus content, pH, soil pH. Remember those 3 layers that you saw when we introduced a raster? Color ramps indicating low, medium, and high. You can have categorical, or you can have continuous. Raster colors, same thing. Vector, contour lines, raster, color ramp. Okay, really quickly, jumping over to APTEC 191. Here's a reminder. What's a ratio, what's a rate, and what's a proportion? Gazintas. A ratio is a relationship of 2 numbers with the same units, like units. We express them with different notation. Start with the easiest one. 2 divided by 3. 2/3. Provided the numerator and denominator are the same units, that's a ratio. 2 to 3. 2:3. 2/3. All of those are expressions of ratios. A special case of a ratio is percentage. 3/100 When we say 3%, what we really mean is 3 per 100. Ratios have like units. That's why your representative fraction on your map is a ratio scale. 1 to 1200 or 1 to 2400. A rate is a quotient or comparison, just like a ratio, but it's two numbers with unlike units. Miles per hour, dollars per gallon, miles per gallon, furlongs per fortnight. A rate is a way that we can normalize the relationship between distance traveled and fuel consumption. Fuel consumption, distance traveled. Okay, so what? Well, I'd like to use those two things to create a summary measure. Oh, you mean normalize. Normalize just means express one thing in terms of another. It's a big word meant to sound important so people can bamboozle you. It's just expressing one thing in terms of another. Fuel consumption by distance traveled, miles per gallon, MPG. Everybody gets that. Oh, well, I have an electric car. Okay, sorry. Unit rates are expressed with the number 1 in the denominator. Be careful. If you're looking at a unit rate, you might also confuse it with a unit ratio. 1 to 5, 1 to 10, 1 to 1,000, 1 to 10,000. Those are like units. Here they're going to be unlike units. So when you see a 1 to something, be careful. Check it out. Know your data. Understand your data. Proportions. Proportions are going to get used by land surveyors, civil engineers as an estimation tool. A proportion is an equation of two equal ratios of unlike fraction. For example, 3 is to 5 as 6 is to 10. 3/5 is equal to 6/10. We think of it like fractions. But if you're only given 3 terms of a proportion, you can calculate the 4th term because we know the rule. The means of the product is equal to the extremes of the product. You can cross multiply and divide, right? Cross multiply 1 times 6 divided by 2 is 3. 1/2, 3/6. We're going to use this in single and double proportioning when we do boundary survey. And we use this from time to time to make corrections or predictions, to solve algebraic equations when we don't have all the terms. As part of an algebraic solution, we use product of the means and extremes all the time. Maybe we don't even know we're using it. I've got 3 terms. I want to know the 4th one. I cross multiply. I divide by this. I cross multiply the diagonal terms. I divide by the lone known term. That gives me the lone unknown term. 1 times 6 is 6, divided by 2 is 3, x is equal to 3. Gazintas. Check with Jethro. Does his gazintas. That's all you're doing here. Gazintas. I've talked about normalization. Don't let it scare you. Normalizing, we get, normalizing. Normalizing, 4 syllables. Dude. It's just expressing one term, one thing in terms of another. So here are some examples. I'll let you think about it, but bushels of wheat normalized by bushels of wheat harvested. Bushels of wheat exported by bushels of wheat harvested. How much of our wheat harvest is being exported compared to how much is being used inside the country? Cases of heart disease. Hey, we had 100 cases of COVID or heart disease or whatever. Oh, really? Is that sounds like a lot. Yeah, for the whole country, for the whole United States, we had 100 cases. Well, that's nothing. For the whole neighborhood, for the whole class, we had 100 cases. Ooh, that's a lot. So we symbolize counts, amounts, rates, and proportion using color ramp or color categories. The density of children under 18 years old per unit area. What's the unit of area? An acre, a square mile, a square kilometer? Oh, I got to say that somewhere. Then all of a sudden, these numbers make sense. More sense. The ratio of children to adults. How do we define children? 18 years old. Under 18, you're a child. Over 18, you're an adult. Okay? So we see a decimal representation. What does that mean? I'm confused. Or we show it as a ratio, 3 per 100. Oh, okay, I get it. I'm saying the same thing. I'm just expressing it differently. I'm not saying one's better than the other. That's up to you. Maybe this was easier for you as a viewer to interpret. Maybe this was easier for you as a viewer to interpret. I don't know. It's your map, your audience. Now, does this show actual location? No. It says within these polygons, here's the density. Does this show actual location? Does a dot density map show actual location? No. This is a, hold it. Danger Will Robinson moment. ArcGIS just puts these dots in a random fashion, scatters them around to show relative dot density, not absolute dot density. Be careful. It doesn't mean that the children are exactly in this location. Careful. It's helpful, but it's not precise. So hopefully the take home that you guys are getting from this is that cartography is really an art and a science. The science part, that's the science part. Where am I going to place it? How am I going to use it? What are my intervals going to be? Who's my viewer? What color should I choose? That's the art. Both require experience, but you're just different. You're thinking about different things. The art and science of cartography. Now, it's the art, science, and technology of cartography. Because now we got to do it in a computer. So there's a technology software component. Now you say, well, that's part of the art, learning how to use the software. Okay, no, I'll go with that. So you want to artfully and scientifically express through symbology and map design qualitative, semi-quantitative, and or quantitative messages and incorporate them into your map document. Okay. Any questions? I probably shouldn't have saved the map and made the PDF till I got a few questions. You guys might go back and any questions? Okay, well, how about if we take a 10-minute break? So I can go take a hammer to my cell phone. All right. See you in a bit. Okie dokie. So, ollie ollie oxen free. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so I wanted to show you guys what I think is a pretty cool map. Hmm. And what I think you will all be capable of by the time you're done with this course. Can everybody see this? Plaster, am I doing okay here?
I mean, the words are pretty small, but I can see it.
Yeah, I don't know that I can make it much bigger on my desktop. That's about as big as I can make it. What I could do, now I can pan around. All right. So what is this map about? That's a question that somebody could feel like they could answer if they wanted to.
Bird species.
Say again, please.
A bird species.
Bird feeding?
Species.
Ah. Yeah.
And their distribution around the subregion, I guess.
Okay. What are they studying?
Yeah, that's a bit of a wordy title. Takes a little bit to comprehend what exactly they are studying.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I think it's a great title, and I think that's a great comment. Just because it's a long title doesn't excuse you all from reading it and thinking about it. Yeah. So I agree with Abe that it is a very lengthy, but information-rich title. We're studying the effects of disturbance.
Yeah.
That's what we're studying, disturbance. What are we studying disturbance on? Nesting. Nesting abundance. What kind of nesting abundance? I'm sorry, somebody had a comment?
Yeah, I'm trying to determine what definition of disturbance they're using.
Well, how about if I take you guys through it? Good, that's an excellent question. And I'm getting to that point. But we're still on the title. First thing you're supposed to read. First thing you're supposed to look at. So what kind of nesting abundance? Nesting everybody? Like every bird? No. Herons and egrets. Okay. So how does whatever this thing called disturbance affect the abundance of heron and egret nesting? And what do they mean by abundance? Could we look at density as abundance? Would density be a possible substitute? I don't know. So let's see if one of the first things they do is explain some of these terms. And so where the hell is this study going on? Does this map tell me that?
San Francisco,
And
Bay Area.
yeah, San Francisco Bay Area. That's reasonable. Most folks from the US would know where that is. So they give us a little graphical representation. So disturbance by humans and nest predators. So they're defining disturbance is by human or predation interaction with the nest or nest site.
That's fairly vague.
I'm sorry?
I said that their definition of disturbance is somewhat vague. It doesn't really tell you what the nature of the disturbance is other than predation, but nothing really about how humans are disturbing the nest. Is it from noise? Is it from actual physical?
Well, that's a good question. I guess if you were in the waterfowl biology and ecology business, you might know that. But if you weren't, you wouldn't. So who are these people and who are they making this up for? Well, they're a research center, so they're doing wildlife research. And this is this is a map that is presenting the results of a study they've done, very likely going to go into a scientific journal. So if you're a layperson reading this map, you have to make some inferences about what disturbance by humans and nest predators might be. Or maybe you would go to if they posted a reference to their scientific article, the article might define it more. Remember, this is a map. Actually, I think this is reasonably well done. You might go to the Audubon Canyon Ranch website and see if the actual article is published there. So scientific writing is generally performed in a prescribed fashion. The land surveyors in this course have already been exposed to scientific writing format, which is introduction, methods and materials, results, discussion, and conclusions. Sometimes there'll be an abstract, but that's the format for writing a scientific article. So, what do we have here? We have an introduction, a methods, a results, and a conclusions section. a results and data section. Summary data. So this is looking pretty scientific to me. Scientific research. So let's see, usually the introduction gives you a little background. So let's see what it says. A text box. Here's an explanatory text box. Where have you heard that word before? Oh, wait, from me. That it's okay to use those on your map. In the San Francisco Bay Area, disturbance by humans and nest predators is an important factor in the dynamics of egret and heron nesting colonies. See Figure 1. Herons and egrets readily move among colony nesting sites in response to food abundance. Well, that's pretty reasonable. No food, no survival. Quality of surrounding wet. Okay, so they readily move among colony nesting sites in response to food abundance, quality of surrounding wetlands, disturbance, all of these resulting in these three factors resulting in natural fluctuations in nesting abundance from year to year. Herons and egrets may respond to disturbance events, one of those three factors, by leaving a wetland area. Thereby, I'll put that word in, reducing the number of nesting herons and egrets in the surrounding landscape. Therefore, understanding the effects of colony site disturbance may be important in predicting declines in sub-regional heron and egret abundance and distribution. Okay, here's the kicker. We examined the extent to which abrupt declines in sub-regional nesting activity affect the dynamics of heron and egret nest abundance in 10 wetland subregions. So they've kind of defined what they're doing. They're saying we've got these 10 areas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we're going to look at abrupt declines in nesting activity. And we're going to examine the extent of these abrupt declines, and we're somehow going to tie this to disturbance by humans and nest predators. So really what they're doing here is what we call a look back or retrospective study, where they're looking at the effect and they're trying to see if that effect can be tied or associated with the disturbance among 4 categories of waterfowl. 2 egrets and 2 heron, 2 types of egrets, 2 types of herons. So then they tell you your method, their method. With the assistance of trained volunteers, how well trained, and they're not getting paid any money. All known colony sites in the Northern California, Northern San Francisco Bay Area were visited at least 4 times each breeding season. Okay, how long is a breeding season? You know, I'm not much of a peeping Tom on egrets and herons, so I kind of don't know, what their breeding season is. But that's okay. I'm going to assume that's adequate. As part of some ongoing project. And these visits were used to estimate the peak number of nests, nest survivorship, productivity in successful nests, and rates of disturbance. Wow. So these site visits were used to estimate 4 things. Peak number of nests, if a nest survived. So there's a lot of things that aren't defined here. This is really because this is a map. I have to assume that their scientific article is a little more explanatory. We use this statistical time-dependent analysis to correlate these 4 factors that we're estimating with our abrupt declines. And this is the mathematical sentence that defines the parameters of that statistical model. So they somehow identified disturbance, Abe, a little more here, statistically based on changes in abrupt nesting decline, changes in abundance, so they're really estimating disturbance. And they were able to make a mathematical sentence that can describe it. Let's not worry about the math. All right, so that's their methods. The number of years needed for recovery from a disturbance was approximately 12 years for one type, 15 for another, 6 for another, and 9 for another. Wow, long-term study. Evidently, disturbance was least impacting great blue herons. I guess they were the most gutsy. They'd stick it out. But once they were disturbed, they recovered very slow. Snowy egrets recovered fast. Great egrets were the slowest. And somehow they were able to tell that the disturbance was due to humans or potential nest predators, which are not, they don't say what predators they're talking about. Lions, tigers, bears, oh no. So these are their data. Their data are summarized in this little results section. 3A, 3B. So what do they conclude? Their analysis measures only the underlying effects of disturbance, independent of population migration. Things that might bias our results, like a growing population, could tend to mask decreases. And similarly, a declining population might mask the rate of recovery. So they would need to do another study to control for those effects. And these models provide planners with a simple tool for predicting the magnitude and persistence of a proposed impact to a heronry on the number of herons and egrets that nest and feed in the surrounding wetlands. So, yeah, I think that there are a fair number of questions that hopefully get answered in the research article. But as a map, I don't know. I've been doing all the talking.
Well, where's the legend? In terms of, I'm assuming the colored dots correspond to the borders of each bird, I guess?
I would assume that that is the legend.
But it doesn't say what the dot, I guess those are nesting sites?
That's the way I would interpret that. They've color coded snowy egret,
Yeah.
snowy egret, snowy egret, snowy egret, snowy egret.
So what
Oh,
do the yellow dots
snowy
mean?
egret. Excuse me?
What do the yellow dots mean? I don't see anything for the yellow dots.
I don't either.
I mean, it's pretty, but yeah, I think they missed some things.
I don't think that this magenta corresponds to this magenta. Where's this green on here?
It's the bottom left on that little peninsula thing.
Here?
Yeah.
It looks like turquoise.
Yeah. I'll go with that. But that looks like turquoise to me,
Yeah.
not green. So I don't think that legend-wise, I think all these colors just distinguish the 10 subregions. But I think the data which they describe with regard to species are pretty well explained. They have colored text here. They keep the same color format here, 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 and here. So although a legend isn't necessarily formally displayed, I think they actually have pretty good color consistency for those factors. And again, this is a map probably used at a poster session where there would be somebody standing in front of a poster, non-COVID, of course, answering questions. Or giving a presentation at a conference. Figure 1, labeled. Figure 3, A and B. Table 1. figure 2. So all of the references are shown. So how come I'm not hearing from anybody else besides Abe? Abe doesn't get to talk anymore for a minute. You guys have to start talking. Why are you making Abe do all the work? That's not fair. I'm waiting.
That it doesn't have a north arrow or any kind of scale, but
Well, I don't think it needs one because it's not like, you don't need to know distance wise, you just need to know the regions. And the figure 2 is just locations of the 10 major wetlands. So there's no need for a measurement, I guess.
Both excellent points. I agree with both of them. This is not a distance related research project. They're talking about the dynamics of nesting abundance, not the spatial distribution of nesting abundance. So that's correct. There is no north arrow and there is no scale bar. So I would have to take points off of Emmy Condesso's map. But Isai makes an excellent point. It's not a distance-related study. So both of you make good points. What else?
it doesn't have anything saying when it explicitly was made. They show when they gather the research data, but it doesn't have a creation date.
Yeah. Have I got it slid all the way? Yeah, I do. Yes, it does tell you when the nests were visited. So this was the data collection interval, 1991 to 2010. But when was the map made? Don't know. Can't see that from here. However, there's somebody I can call up and discuss this with. Sarah Milius is I'm guessing the principal investigator. Usually their name goes first. And here is Sarah's email address at egret.org. How clever. So I can call Sarah up and ask some questions. Emiko is their GIS research person. So Emiko's job was to present somebody's research in a GIS way. So overall, do you think this map effectively got its message across? Abe, please wait till the end. I want some other people to speak here. You guys don't get to be lazy. Come on.
Abe's ready to flame this.
I'm not asking you to critique Abe. I'm asking you to critique the map.
Okay.
Do you think it effectively got its message across?
I think it did a great job overall to have like it, because again, it does have references to the studies that they have separately. So like there has to be, so for figure 1, it says peak number on the little chart. peak number of active heron and egret nests observed annually throughout the northern San Francisco Bay Area. So I'm pretty sure it has to reference somewhere, like they have links and all that somewhere. But here as a map, I mean, give you the overall information. And then again, I think specific questions will be answered on a separate article. So I think it's overall makes sense. I like it.
Anybody else? Come on. I'm going to start calling on people. How about Motormouth Silva? What do you think, Chris?
I think the map looks great.
Tell me
the
two
setups-
things you like about it and two things that, could maybe be improved.
I like how they have explanations on all the figures and tables, that sort of thing. Like a sentence or two explaining it briefly. And then I also like how there's not a whole lot of negative space. Seems like everything's pretty full. And then there is a little bit of a flow to it. You have like the introductions methods on top, and then as you kind of go down into the right, you're getting towards your like results and conclusions. But I think that's it.
Anything that could be improved?
Maybe a little bit of more detail on the actual map part of it, because it is a little confusing. I don't know what I would want though.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Anybody else?
Basically what we've all said, because I appreciate the continuity of colors assigned to each bird, but then you get to the map and you're like, oh, the pink is the snowy egret. No, wait a minute. And you kind of have to fill in the holes that maybe they're just distinctly that color for that subregion, because maybe there's multiple species living together.
Okay. Manuel? What do you think?
No, I think there's a lot of different information to take in. And
Is that it?
yeah,
Okay. Joel? How about you?
I think that they covered it all.
I'm sorry, you think what?
Not sure. I said I think that they covered it all. I'm not sure what else I could say.
All right. Jesus?
I think it was a great map. The only thing that was difficult to read, like they said, was the actual map part and keeping track of which bird is which.
Okay. Plaster, I haven't heard from you. Chatty Cathy.
They basically covered everything, but I guess the one thing I really don't like is that there's not a legend. I mean, obviously the green is probably the disturbance areas, but just a little more. I think map should always have a legend. I want to know what you mean by your colors, you know?
Yeah, I'll go with that. I don't know that the green is necessarily
It could be,
disturbance area.
is it disturbance area?
I think this
area
green
they
just shows wetlands along wetlands areas.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, we have to guess that, and I don't think.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
My guess would be you're talking about the effects of disturbances. So is that the disturbance area was the first thing that I would think
That's a
of.
great guess. I think this green matches up with these data over here. Results, green here, green here. I think you're right.
I can't see
think
all that stuff.
This needs a little more explanation. Like maybe
Yeah.
a text
Okay.
box down. I'm sorry, Chelsea, let me shut up.
No,
Speak.
I was just saying, like, for me, the whole purpose of the map is just to look at it and understand the data instead of reading all these boxes. Maybe I'm just lazy, but yeah, I think I'd like more of a visual.
Katrina?
I think the continuity of the color with the species makes it easy to understand a lot of the graphs, but it's definitely confusing when it comes to the actual map. Whoever said that about the no negative space, definitely, like, visually, it's good to see. The text is really small, but they're putting a lot of information on there, and it's all relevant to itself and the map. So it's good. I just wish I knew, like, what do the red dots mean? What's the yellow? Just don't really know.
Excellent point. Peter?
I think the only other nitpick I really have is maybe some of the color choices of the dots. Like the yellow is kind of hard to see on the white background, at least on my monitor.
Contrast, very good. So in civil engineering, we generally have a format where we have a cover sheet that explains the whole project. Then we have the engineering plan portion, and then we have blow up details of certain areas in the plan portion as subsequent sheets. So you can have 3, 5, 10, 100 sheets in a civil engineering drawing set. So if Emmy only had one page to display all this stuff, I think she made a very effective use of space. Maybe she could have spread it out into 2 sheets and covered some of these items that folks are referring to. Okay, Gabe, I don't think I've picked on you, and David is after Gabe. Gabe, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree mostly because, the map site is also like very small compared to all the entire information. I think I would like to see a little bit more of the map too.
Okay. David.
Let's see, I agree with a lot of what's been said. I think that the colored borders around the species definitely throws me off with correlating it to the map and what's going on. It seems that the wetland area map is slightly out of context with what's going on. I do like the visual flow and balance of how it's laid out, with text being kind of evenly interspersed with graphics throughout the map.
Okay, Abe, finally, thank you for letting me go with everybody else. Any other comments?
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful map. I think they did a fantastic job. It's visually pleasing. All the data and formulas may be slightly over the top unless there's somebody explaining it, but I think their biggest lost opportunity was a box saying something like, what is disturbance? And then kind of laying out for the average person what it is and how it can be avoided. That would be a big opportunity to help improve what they're trying to solve here.
Yeah. No, your point is well taken. You really have to work at egret.org to know what the hell disturbance is. Now, basically, disturbance is determined from changes in nesting abundance or nesting return. And they've got these data they've collected for hell, 19 years or so. And that's a lot of data. They really understand what they're doing. So unless you're some kind of wildlife ecologist, this map is a little deep. So and it's really, this is a very preliminary study because they didn't prove that disturbance impacted nesting abundance. All they really showed was nesting abundance may correlate with what they are defining as potential disturbances. That's it. What they really need to do is do a prospective study where they identify the disturbances, monitor the disturbances, and then see if those disturbances affect abundance. Here, they're starting with abundance and retrospectively estimating disturbance. So it's a retrospective study rather than a prospective study. Retrospective studies can't really compute risk. They can only compute odds of association.
I was also going to comment also that my first reaction when I looked at the map was, hey, this is a pretty, looks like a pretty nice map. It's got pictures of the species. You know, it seems to be giving us the scientific name, the common name. This looks like something I could really understand. And then you start kind of zooming in on it, and then you very quickly realize, no, I really can't understand this. And it's kind of confusing in that way where it leads you by being so artfully done with pictures. Obviously, a professional really wouldn't need these pictures. They would know very well what these birds look like. So it kind of makes you think you could understand it, but then when you really look at it, you've got all these numbers and formulas. There's no way you're going to be able to understand that.
Well, yeah, I think we have to separate the scientific message from the cartographic message in order to critique this map effectively. And again, as an audience, we really aren't skilled collectively to understand the scientific component. But from a cartographic standpoint, I think your initial reaction was a good one. Cartographically, it really flows. And I think Chris developed that point, that you got introduction and methods at the top, results and conclusions toward the bottom. You have color coordination between explanatory text boxes and graphics. gray and gray, green and green. You also have labels to support that, to underpin it. The weak and confusing area of this map is what we would equate to the location or locator map on a set of civil drawings. And it just requires a little more explanation. You could say, a little text box, colored dots represent locations and are not representative of the 4 species, have no relationship to species. And that would then help to, well, wait a minute. Magenta. Oh, no, wait. And maybe not to pick magenta, maybe to have picked a different color than magenta. And maybe to have picked a different color than blue. A little bit of a challenge. Here we've got a low contrast situation. Here we have kind of a low, medium contrast situation. The rest of these are all high contrast, good choices. But yeah, this is the area of the map that to me is the least well explained. I can actually infer most of the rest of this stuff by reading it a couple times and recognize that if I wanted more information, I would go to their website and look for their library of scientific publications. So I think you guys kind of summarized this map pretty well, all of you. You pointed out the areas that could use a little improvement and the areas that worked for you. Even though the content was, I don't think, do we have any wildlife ecologists in class here? Okay, didn't think so. So, okay. All in all, cartographically, and from a scientific writing standpoint, I really liked this map. Doesn't mean it isn't without some things that could be improved upon. And I went to their website. And here, let me show you what I found. I had to kind of noodle around a little bit. And I'm not sure that I found anything yet. But I'm going to click on this. This is slow local recovery, disturbance, ecology of herons and egrets. Kelly, one of the authors. And here we go. Here's John Kelly with a lot of information. So this might further explain the approaches that they took. Wow, look at this. LiDAR imagery of habitat. Probably from a drone. Not sure what that proves. a year following egrets, probably. So this has got to be, huh. So I might get more information from this particular disturbance ecology of herons and egrets. So, Abe, you know, this might be your source of a more substantial definition. But I had to dig around a little bit. It would have been nice to have put a couple of reference articles on the map with links to the reference articles. That would have been really slick, really slick. Okay, let's really switch gears here. Really switch. I mean, I think that was a really cartographically elegant map. Not without shortcomings that we identified, but I really like Emmy's map. The way I came upon that map was Emmy called me up and was asking me about shoreland boundaries, which are water boundaries, for some projects that they were undertaking. And it turned out that there's some time-specific aspects of who was able to own shorelands before the state took over complete ownership. So some people got grandfathered into ownership of wetlands and water boundaries and high and low water marks and how that was determined. And they were trying to go after some invasive species and eradicate those invasive species. And she wanted to know about boundaries and wanted to know that before she went and approached the owners so that they could come up with a plan for going in and abating those species. And then I found her map. I was really smart, really nice person. And I found her map and I was like, wow, nice map. Okay, so however, howsomever Winnie, as they say, let's look at a couple more things and see if I can't even get you guys out of here early. Number. For stupid. And most of the time you guys students have done a great job on them. So I have high expectations. Properties. Let's landscape page. Okay. Let's take a look at an example of a more civil engineering type of approach to mapping. So what do you guys see here?
Nothing. It's too small. Sorry.
Oh God, Rachel, I'm on a Pinche 43-inch screen. I got the screen almost
messing
filled
with it.
up, except you guys are little tiny fucking pictures over here.
I can make a
You're
guess.
making me cry. You're making me cry, Rachel.
I can make a guess at the actual. Is that the Kingsbury line?
Yeah, you've seen this. How about this? Can I, let's start.
Well, I've seen it before, so I think I'll be able to answer the questions.
I'm going to buy you a monitor.
I need one really bad. I used to have 3 at my old job. Missed that.
You're making me
Missed that a lot.
cry.
I'm sorry.
All right, let's look at it, and then we'll zoom in, okay? Because I want to make sure you participate, Rachel. So this is one of 2, 3 pages. So what would you consider this to be? First of all, what kind of a map is this?
It's a location map done by a surveyor.
Okay. Where would you expect the title? Where would you find the title of this map?
Bottom left, right.
Yeah, this is your title block. All right, you CAD jocks. How come you're not speaking up? I know some of you have had CAD classes. You don't get off easy. Here's your title block down here. Job number, sheet 1 of 3. Always read the title. This is a record of survey of an 1877 retracement survey. It's the second phase of, and it's section 2 of 4 sections. And it lies within, we're going to learn about public land survey system at the end of the course, all these sections, townships, ranges, and Mount Diablo, baseline, and meridian. Remember that? I showed you the initial point for Mount Diablo when I showed you those maps. Of course you do. I know you were all paying rapt attention. Okay. So, and what company produced this map?
Is it Michael Ford Land something? I can't read it off.
Michael Ford Land Surveying. Okay. So, Abe, does it have a legend?
Yes. Upper left-hand corner.
Okay. Does it have some kind of an introduction? Does it have other necessary map elements? Peter? I'm going to start calling on people because
Yes.
nobody's answering, damn it. Does it have any map elements of importance?
It has a north arrow that you're circling.
Okay, good job. Thank you. So we've got a title and a subtitle. It's not to scale. It has a legend that if you were a surveyor, civil engineer, you would understand this vernacular. And it shows these symbols. And, it has an additional statement of bearing that further specifies mathematically, not symbologically, but mathematically, direction on this map. It says that between P202 and P201, the bearing is north 42 degrees, 46 minutes, 39 seconds west. Between this point here and this point here, basis of bearing, north 42, 46, 39 west. 67,000 feet. Nice long baseline. It's also got certification. I certify, blah, blah, blah. The county surveyor says, I have examined this, and I'm putting my stamp on it. And finally, it's been entered into the public record by the county recorder. Recorded, record, public record. Okay.
I got two questions.
Sure, Abe.
Number one, if they have exact distances specified in the map, how is that, how do they get away with saying no scale? And number two, why was the map done for free?
Both good questions. The first one is because this is a cover sheet and it very specifically says not to scale. But anytime you identify a baseline for a basis of bearing, you should give two things, distance and direction. Direction and distance, excuse me, specified in that order, and it is. So that's why, by convention, they're putting that in there. Why it was done for free is because this was a 18 company survey of the meander line that separates Napa and Sonoma counties. And it was done at the request and funding of the county. So it was kind of a unique project, and these maps were not billed for fees, filing fees. Okay, so being that it's a cover sheet, that means there must be more information somewhere else. Oh, look, there is. Here's our graphical scale. 1 inch equals 5,000 feet. Directions and distances specified between key symbols representing control points. Some of which were found, some of which were set. Phase 2, Section 1 is up here. Phase 2, Section 3 is down here. Phase 2, Section 2 is shown here. And for consistency, the title is re-specified with the job number, and this is sheet 2 of 3. Any questions before I move on?
What is the 740 and the 16 on the right corner?
Map book and page, county map book and page. Book 16, page 740. It's a referencing system. So here's our title again. Here's our subtitle. What kind of a sheet is this, CAD jocks? That I've already mentioned in class today. What kind of a sheet would this be?
What, just a detail sheet?
Detailed plan.
Hey, yes. So, cover sheet. Main map sheet. Detail sheet. Showing how to locate each one of these set control points set, or not set, it's gonna be found, that Mike Ford and I set as part of this survey. So what's so important about these points?
Is that what you base all of your measurements off of, and you want to make sure that, 100 years plus later, they're still accurate before you do anything?
Oh, Rachel, excellent answer. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, ma'am. The primary control for the network, blah, blah, blah. These are control monuments that are set relative to existing control monuments because we want to resurvey the line. So the first phase was historical research. The second phase was establishing ground control. And the third phase was what we call terrestrial infill, where 14 ground surveying companies are going to come along and connect all these control points, setting more control points. But these are the reference control points for this particular one of the four. There were four companies that did control. We divided the project into 4 control areas. And these are the 1, 2, 3, 4 control monuments tied to local pre-existing control monuments, so the terrestrial team can come through and survey and establish this line that's been ambiguous since 1877. We're retracing the line. And then these are the details with regard to the found, set, 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 points. And these are the coordinates for them. In angular measure, latitude, longitude, and in flat map planar measure, northings and eastings. These are the coordinates for the reference stations that we use to establish these points. So this is the detail page with details. Following the convention that I talked about for civil engineering maps. Cover sheet, main map, details. This is why you guys are making cover sheets, to get you in the habit of cover sheets.
Hey, I have a question about the point measuring. Is there like a certain amount of years, every so years, that they have to be remeasured, or if it's on a fault line and they're constantly shifting? I was just curious.
Rachel, I'm going to get down on my knees and beg you to join the land surveying program, because you're asking land surveying questions, and that's very impressive. The answer is yes, and establishing control across an active fault line is serious business. You really have to keep track of it because it's moving. If all your points are within a fault zone, then they're all moving, and they're not really moving relative to each other. They're just moving relative to the rest of the world. But when they're across a fault line, then that's a DWR moment, Danger Will Robinson moment. So yes, you have to take a more active monitoring of your control network. Did that answer your question? Wow, good thinking. All right. So now that we've seen one, we can see more. Here's another company. And their cover page. They actually put a scale to this page. Then they have a not to scale locator map. Then here is their main page where they chose to put their coordinate tables and a detail. And then here is their detail page. So Rachel, when I taught CEST 51, I used to make the class write a critique on all 4 GPS map sets. And I mean a detailed critique, cartographic and engineering. So good thing you took it from Jen. Here's another one.
I got a question when you have a second too.
Sure, go ahead, Abe.
It's kind of a forward question. It's about, I think you mentioned last week that we were going to be covering reference
Systems, reference coordinates.
surfaces, I think you said.
Yeah.
Is that going to be what our next lab is on?
Yep. That's where we're moving to. Okay. So here's a cover page. These are probably starting to look more familiar now. Cover page. Purpose of the survey. Accuracy of the survey. Basis of bearing. Field observation. I really like their cover page. Here's their main page. You see how they were pretty careful not to cover any important detail features with their tables. Not an easy task. Of course, we have to trust that they didn't. And then here are their detail sheets. Land surveying students, you'll notice control monument, description of control monument. Hello, I make you do that on the right-hand side page in your field notes. You will be doing plenty of that. You think I do that just to be mean? Well, you're right, but also because that's what you're supposed to do. Neener.
I have a maybe, I don't know if it's important or not, question about the control points.
Sure.
When you hike to the top of a mountain and you see one drilled into a boulder, is it because that was the highest boulder? Was it because of the line of sight? Was it rounded off to an even 1,000 feet and it just was pretty? Like, what's the determining factor, I guess?
I can't remember if I asked you that. Rachel, are you working? No. Oh. Have you worked at an engineering firm or a survey firm or county office where?
No.
Oh, all right. I'm just smoking crack on drugs, I guess. These are all really good questions. It depends on the kind of control point. Older control monuments, line of sight is really important because that's how they used to tie them together, was using theodolites, which was a telescope on a turntable. You orient your turntable to a particular compass direction, you sight, and by measuring angles, you then use trigonometry to find out the lengths of the sides. Theodolites cannot measure distance. They can measure angles really precisely. So if you know all three angles to a triangle, well, you can figure out the lengths of the sides. Law of sines, law of cosines, that kind of stuff. Okay. So visibility to the sky is really important with newer control monuments because we use GPS now. A rock is a permanent, a large, big bedrock, sticky outy boulder is a good permanent location. It's not likely to, marking a tree, well, the tree grows up and dies and falls over and, beavers eat it or worms eat it or it rots, bacteria eat it, whatever. That rock is a good, solid, stable substrate to anchor your marker knowing that it will be stable for measurement purposes. So, and pretty, well, I don't know, if I'm on a ridgeline anywhere, I think, likely it's going to be a pretty view. So I used to remember thinking, God, I'm getting paid to do this when I could see 5 or 6 counties from someplace I was working. So I hope I touched on all of your considerations because they were all good considerations. Okay. Okay. Here is a cover page. Oh, wait, this is sheet 2. Where's sheet 1? Jim. Oh, I clicked on the wrong one. Sorry. My bad. It's not Jim's fault. Jim's cool. I'd already seen it. I knew I'd. Okay. All right. So here's Jim's cover page. Jim Crabtree out of Healdsburg. The purpose of this record of survey, right there. Good job. What's going on? Who's on first? The purpose of this, blah, 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 blah. Funded by, blah, blah. The county surveyor, Gary O'Connor, PL 7272, great number. Great guy. So, locator map, cover page, sheet 1 of 3. Sheet 2 of 3. Putting his coordinate tables here. Pretty plain. What do you guys think of this page? What do you think of his north arrow?
It's pretty sick.
It's pretty sick, like good sick, like that's a sick north arrow, you young kids say. All right.
I think it's too big.
I think it's too big. Says, well,
I don't like how big it is.
Touching. It's kind of close here. Touching, kind of close here. You know how Reg feels about that. What I like about it is that it shows grid north and geodetic north.
That's cool. I didn't know they did that.
Wow, lucky for Jim. You didn't totally pan his north arrow. Okay. But what about his main map? Remember, I said I could let you guys off early, but if you're taking all this time to answer, you're burning up your own grace time toward getting out of here early. So maybe that's some incentive for you guys to, and Manny and Joel, I'm wondering how come you guys are not face to face here.
Maybe with the empty space in the middle and the bottom could have been filled in. Like, why not use it? Maybe add some more map, I guess. Yeah, right there.
Okay, good point. Negative space. I like that. Negative space here. Anything else?
We could have put the scale over a little bit more. It's almost touching.
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of crowding this line here. Actually, the purported Kingsbury line. What's all this stuff in the background? Do you guys think this might be a little kind of busy?
The grid.
The towns thingy. Yeah.
The townships and stuff. What am I? It's a grid something.
Yeah, no,
You were getting there. Don't back away from your answer. You were saying it.
I'm having a brain fart today.
Okay.
Grid systems? The grid system? No.
the
Public
township-
land survey system.
Public land. Oh, I was there. I had it right when you said it.
Okay. Yeah. This is township and range, sectionalized land, section township and range information. I think it kind of takes away from what's important.
It's not really necessary. You don't have
Yeah, it really isn't. But you have to know your audience. You also have to know your author. Jim can't even spell GPS. He's not a GPS surveyor. They drew 4 names out of the hat. 3 companies. I was in like Flint because 3 companies had said, hey, if we get chosen, we'd like you to do our GPS surveying. I said, sure, no problem. One of them was Mike Ford. And so Crabtree got picked, and I'm like, okay. And Crabtree goes, well, I'm out of here. I was like, no, wait a minute. We got to talk. No. I don't do GPS. You're going to talk to my buddy Michael McGee, who is a fantastic satellite-based land surveyor, GPS surveyor. Like, the guy. And so it was kind of cute. Crabtree is a boundary surveyor. That's what he loves, is boundary surveying. Boundary surveying is very involved with the public land survey system in Northern California. So this, to him, this is, I mean, this is probably wallpaper in his house. He's probably got this on his toilet seats. His windshield on his car probably has this on it. His kids are probably tattooed with this stuff. This is really what he loves. So it didn't surprise me that he uses it as a background. But I would have to say that it kind of is a little busy behind everything. It kind of takes away from, you have to focus a little harder to see the line data. Anyway, minor point. Most of it runs through this rancho, which is different than sectionalized land. So talk about that in Survey 58. And here's his detail sheet. See, he's a boxer, not a floater. Remember how we talked about boxing things versus floating things? He likes to box stuff, which is fine.
What software is being used for the mapping?
Civil 3D. Well, this could be land development desktop, but Autodesk CAD software.
So not Esri, okay.
Okay. So okay, come on. Hold on a second. I need to put these. All in one PDF. Well, this isn't going so well. Let me close them all out. The open one. All right. We go to organize. Let me insert from file these three. 1, 2, 3. Open. After. All right. Now I want to save you guys. And 52. Save. Okay. Coolio. Now when I open this puppy up, all right, cool. So let me, all right. Here is one of the 14 terrestrial infill maps. What do you notice about this cover sheet? It's a little different from all the rest we've looked at.
Well, the north arrow isn't facing directly up, for one. That's probably not what you were asking for, but.
Like that, it has an overview of the project, and then it's divided into the sheets that correspond to that position of the project.
Yeah, that is super helpful when they have
So
that
cool.
diagram right
Yes. Ding, ding, ding,
Very
ding,
helpful.
ding, ding,
When
ding.
you're trying to put that together without it, it's super difficult.
Good job, Isai. Correct, Rachel. Yeah. So, well, Howard Bruner did this map. Howard Bruner is retired, really, really great surveyor. If I had lived in Sonoma County, I would have pushed Howard to hire me. I actually worked for Howard, and I used to be on call for Howard when he needed an extra person. So I had a chance to work with Howard, and that was really good. But since I lived in Napa County, the hot shit surveyor was Michael Brooks. So I, wanted to go to work there. And so that's just personal. Howard happened to be the surveyor of record for the BKF survey. And the sheet designation, although it's a little busy, I might have made the line weight a little lighter. Just a touch. I really like it. It's like a table of contents on your cover page. Very cool. And yeah, he didn't use a grid north orientation, so that he rotated everything so it would best fit in the map, and then rotated his north arrow. That's you don't always get points from me for doing that. But in this particular case, I think it was a great layout. Great first page. Took them a long time to finish the map. The survey was done in 2000. Well, the control was set in 2008, 2009. All right, so here's the main map. Here's a line table for every line, every course, a bearing and a distance. And this is a comparison table because there's what he measured and what the original survey called for. Measured and record. What he measured, what the original survey called for. Got his legend, north arrow, scale bar together, so you don't have to hunt around with, you can only find one, not the other. He had a long segment. So he has two main map pages. You notice he has his references on here. Book and page. Okay. References. References. No detail sheet. So his approach kind of was to fit the lines, the map space, show record versus measured details, which I think is very cool.
So what happens after like the fire that swept through there last year? What happens to the bearing trees? Do those need to get checked out and remeasured? Or
how do you know about bearing trees?
Because it said it on the map.
Oh, okay.
Do they need an actual tree?
That's a tough one. He was doing the right thing by setting witness markers to the main marker. Bearing tree, but he put a stake. He had another, oh no, wait. It was bearing tree, bearing tree. It's unclear what this is. Whether it's a half-inch iron pipe. So he set 2 iron pipes. Those won't get burned up. But these might have been I'd have to look at the original calls. These might have been some original bearing trees that he then remarked. Because the original surveyors used to do that too. They would set bearing trees. They would score or tag bearing trees. Generally, they put what's called a blaze on them, where they'd cut off the outer bark layer and then scribe something on the heartwood. So that's a little unclear. He says he set this, if it was an existing bearing tree, I'm pretty sure Howard would have said so. So he probably picked some bearing trees and set some iron pipes. So he covered himself either way. Good question. You're not falling asleep. Nobody's asked what a sta is. What's a sta?
For the station?
Who's answering that? Katrina?
Yeah.
How do you know what a station is? Have you had CAD?
No.
So how did you know it was a station?
Just guessing.
Pardon me?
Just guessing. I don't really know. Just given the context,
right.
that seemed to make sense.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. Any route starts at 0 + 0, 0. Every station is 100 feet. So it's an addressing system along a linear route that allows you to address any place along the route. So this would be 1,181 feet plus another 93 feet. Because stations are in hundreds. Okay, so, and here's a northing and an easting coordinate. So he's giving it a map planar coordinate, not a latitude longitude coordinate. So yeah, he took a slightly different approach. Okay. Terrestrial, most of the terrestrial surveyors Oh, okay. Interesting. Not there. Huh. Gotta have them somewhere else. Well, then I won't be showing you guys that. Hmm. Okay, so let's kind of switch gears a little bit here. Plaster, can you see this?
Yes, I can.
Do you recognize this?
That is the college?
Excuse me?
No. Is that the college?
No.
I can't read what highway it is or what the red line is.
This is
East Petaluma.
101, 116.
No, I'm pretty sure by your tone of voice I should remember, but I don't know what you're talking about.
This is in Petaluma. This survey was done last fall.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I know that one. I was there for that. It doesn't look the same.
Oh, where's the cliff? I'm going to go jump off it.
That is where we did the.
I was about to say, you were here.
I'm terrible with I've never
That's
really spent
okay.
a lot of time in Petaluma. So if I saw that, the actual survey that we did, the picture you showed us when it was done, I would know what you're talking about, but this I have no idea. Sorry.
That's cool. I
Okay.
can actually see my old house.
Okay, well, this is a plan for a route survey that is going to be done aerially from a 1,700-foot flight, elevation 1,700 feet. This is going to be a pipeline going from a water treatment plant here to the sedimentation ponds here. Anybody live in Petaluma? Anybody seen all this trenching and construction? No. All right. God, you guys are so quiet. I need those little like electroshock buttons for, makes your chair go bzzz. So this is how we plan an aerial survey using Google Earth. This model was done in CAD, and every one of these red push pins is a control point. So are the green ones. Green one, red one, red one, red one, red one, red one, red one, green one. I think this is where you were, sitting down there in your lounge chair, sunning yourself. all
for a
private
bit.
marshy and stuff.
Taking a dip in the pond.
Yeah,
Rated.
yeah. They said that, you know, there was some student down there skinny dipping. I got a call from the city of Petaluma when, yeah, anyway. So the red points are short occupation GPS. The green points are long occupation, like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours. This was about a 13-hour day to do this survey. Each point got shot 3 times. Each red point. Each green point was occupied for the full 13 hours. So there were 3 groups, 3 survey teams. One started in the middle, one started back down here, and the other kind of wrapped around, so that we would occupy each one of these red points 3 times, roughly 2 hours or better apart. So this was the planning that we used. These are called NEAT models. NEAT models. They're set up in CAD by a photogrammetrist, and then we go and locate appropriate control locations on the ground, set a control marker, and then survey it. And that becomes the basis for when the airplane flies over, it takes a picture of these markers on the ground. How many of you have been walking through a city and you see a white cross painted on the ground? Those are aerial control markers. Those are surveyed. The airplane sees them. We adjust the photo to the markers so that we're within hundredths of a foot. Okay. So this was a project that called me up last fall, said, hey, can you shoot our aerial control? I said, no, I'm really busy. And I said, wait a minute, if you hire some students, maybe I'll change my mind. And they did. And the students did great. So, and they made money.
Yeah, that was really fun.
It was kind of unique. I didn't think they were going to say yes, but damn. All right, so
is that a pretty common way to survey now, or is that still pretty new?
oh, it's been a common way to survey for a long time. Now people are using drones, and they're not getting near as good because a fixed wing, a low altitude fixed wing flight, thousands of a foot. You're coming in thousands of a foot.
Yeah, and
You're coming in
Caltrans.
pixels that are like 7/100ths of a foot or 1/10 of a foot per pixel. A 1/10 of a foot is about 1 1/4 inches. So that's really high resolution. Rachel, did I hear you were saying something?
Yeah, Caltrans is doing mostly all of their stuff is aerial, unless it's close proximity to the, like, in the area of town, then you have to do just traversing. And then they're starting to do drones right now too.
So drone isn't as good as aerial, I take it?
It's less accurate, less precise, but it's good for some stuff. Great for topo. It's probably fine for topo, not good for control. At least I wouldn't use the drone for control. High order control survey. That doesn't mean somebody else might not.
Is there a reason why one is more accurate than the other?
Yeah, because the light little thing is buffeting around in the wind, and a fixed wing airplane has better anchored, higher order digital photogrammetry equipment with a hole in the bottom of the plane. So it's a much more stable flight line. Okay. Imagery. Didn't. So I'm having a little AutoCAD trouble here. It's probably I need to update my license. But let me see if I can show you the level of detail in the CAD drawing that was made from this aerial survey. Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty high level of detail made from aerial survey. So here is a PDF of that survey. This is a preliminary grading plan for a portion of it. So here's our overhead or plan view. Here's our profile or side view. And here's our cross-section view where you're standing looking down the center line of the street or the train tracks and the locomotive or the cars run right over you. So this drawing was produced from that aerial survey. So lastly, you guys want to see how good this can get. loading it up. Hang on. Okay. Plaster. You remember Dean Barbario, right?
Yeah.
All right. So this was Dean Barbario's. Oh, nope, not what I want. Share that one. This was Dean Barbario's first ever aerial survey. This was a survey for agricultural purposes, for GIS purposes, for a large winery up in the Healdsburg area. And Dean and I were talking, he goes, I've never set any aerial control panels. I said, well, why don't you, come along with me on this survey and we'll do that. So these are the neat models for this project. Yeah, done. Oh, wait, yeah, got to get that little bit up there. Pardon the sound effects. Then we come back and we fly this guy, yeah. So this is the planning model. These are the control points. There's 21 control points that needed to be set. This is a photo. You say, well, gee, Rich, that's not very good. And I'd say, you're right. You know how much this photo cost? Hello? You guys take all this time, you're not going to get out early. And it won't be my fault. How much do you think this photo cost?
30,000.
Zero. That's right. This was free from the National Agricultural Imagery Project. I used this for planning. First thing I did was I took all of the parcels involved with this vineyard project and made a buffer of about 500 feet around to make sure that I had the whole project. Then I made a map of where I'm going to have to go set my aerial control. They wanted it flown at 2 resolutions, 6-inch and 3-inch per pixel, 1/2 foot and 1/4 foot per pixel. Naturally, they wanted the higher res of the winery complex and the very expensive airstrip. The rest is all vineyard and development land that they're going to use the imagery to manage. So we went out and occupied one, two, and 3 points all the time, every time I was out there. And then we went and visited all of these other points, the other 18 points, 3 times for a certain amount, a shorter amount of time each. I didn't always work with Dean. Dean and I worked a lot of the project, but for example, one evening I was up there and I was surveying at night because it was a fenced-in compound. I could leave my equipment out, but I was surveying at night. I just kind of pulled an all-nighter, and it was during the Perseid meteor showers. So I am sitting up on this rise right here, watching the Perseid meteor showers, and I had a coyote concert and symphony going on at the same time. It's really dark up here, no city light pollution. So I got a great view of the Perseid meteor showers in August. It was a nice warm summer night. I had my coyote symphony going on in the background, didn't need my headphones, and somebody was paying me to do it. I'm like, I'm over like Rover.
Wow, Reg, you're really making me want to become a surveyor. That sounds pretty nice. But hey, I was wondering, it's getting pretty late, and I was wondering if it was really helpful last class when you gave us some direction on the lab. It'd be really super helpful if you could give us a little bit of direction, because I spent a lot of time. I'm new at this software.
Well, I wish you'd have asked me this before I started out, because I would have. I'm being serious, Abe. I'll finish this and I'll try to get to that. How's that?
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Wait until the last minute. Next time, help me out by being more proactive so I can accommodate you better, because I want to. All right. And I mean, from my perspective, I thought I gave you guys some guidance last time, but boy, I would have been happy to do it this time. So let's just jump to the chase. Let's get rid of the planning photo. And here is the aerial imagery. There's the topo that was made from the aerial imagery. Pretty detailed. Let's zoom in, see what we got. I didn't make these lines. These were either made by a computer or by a photogrammetrist wearing 3D goggles that, make you feel like you're on drugs and detach you from reality. Everything looks like 3D. So if we were to shut off the imagery, Here's what your topographic map looks like, made from an aerial photo. We're going to turn on the imagery and let's zoom in. Just starting to pixelate a little bit now. And let's measure one of these pixels. .44 feet. Well, I'm not quite getting it. So you'll have to trust me. They're all half a foot. So that's what you get for half a foot. Well, wait a minute. Didn't I say quarter foot? Well, what kind of a liar am I? Well, let's go over here. Okay. So there's the quarter foot. What happened to the red car? Oh, it's over here now. Here's people on the ground and their shadows. And let's measure the width of one of these pixels. 0.2455. So I'm, without snapping to the corners, quarter foot per pixel. So Martin, is this a little better than some of the raster images that you were talking about earlier?
Yeah, that's way more detailed.
Okay. When I scan, you can see when I turn off the high res, the very high res, then put it back on, you can see the difference. Let me find something that's going to be stationary. See, not a whole lot, about 4 times better. But this line here gets a little less jaggy. And so Neil King was working for Photoscience when he flew this. Here's one of the markers that I laid out, one of our control panels. The turf on this runway was really thick. It was about this thick. So when I nailed this down, I nailed it down to the bottom of the turf, and I shot a nail in the center of the panel. And the photogrammetry guys were picking up the turf above. And so Neil says, Reg, we're off by about 1/10, 2/10 on this one control point, vertically. Horizontally, we were, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 hundies horizontally. And I said, really? I said, is that to the top of the turf or the bottom of the turf? Because what do you mean? I said, that's really thick turf there. We said, well, our contours are to the top of the turf. And I said, well, you're running about 2.5 inches to the bottom of that turf. If you take away the you add on for the nail and the paneling, it's probably about 2.5 inches. That's 2/10. Inch and a quarter is a 10. So he was able to tell the difference between that much elevation vertically. And he said, yeah, Reg, we got some issue. And I said, well, I was like, oh my God, what's wrong? Freaking out. But when he told me which one it was, I said, oh yeah, because I pounded the nail to hold those sheets down, and that's down at the bottom of the base of the turf, not the top of the turf. So Neil is one of the best photogrammetrists around. I love working with Neil. He teaches in the program. You'll get to take classes from him. He's awesome. He's brilliant. He's cool. He's got a cool dog, Sky, if you like dogs, if you're a dog person. So, and he's a good doggy owner, good doggy daddy. Okay, so how much did this aerial photo cost? This was not free. Here's the winery. Pretty nice. Look at those expensive Lexuses and trucks, and pretty nice detail at 1/4 foot per pixel. I think I got a control point right over here. Yeah, there it is. All right. So remember, there were 21 of these that I laid out before the flight. It was great. There was a bobcat. I saw a bobcat, like Coyote Symphony. I had a great time. Had my little ATV named Hidalgo. Living the life. Okay. All right. So, any questions about ArcGIS and the homework?
We don't have the module, anything past module 2.
I know. That's
okay.
That's intentional, but thank you for
Okay, I thought
that
it
out.
was intentional. I just don't have questions because I don't know what it is.
Abe, so you said you had some questions.
Well, yeah, on the last class, you pulled up the maps and you gave us an overview of what we were doing, and I was hopeful that we could do that for the next lab.
Well, I'm going to do that next week.
Okay.
You don't have any mapping assignment this week.
Oh, okay. Great.
What do we have then? I don't like the sound of this.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
I'll take
just for that, I'm going to find an assignment for you, Plaster. Just you. No, I was going to cut you guys some slack. There's still a few. There's still a few maps outstanding. You can still turn those in at a discount, of course, because I'm not going to give you full credit for turning something in late. And I'm going to use the extra time here from 1:30 to 2 to finish up the course planner that I keep threatening to send you guys. Maybe get that out this afternoon, or get that out sometime in 2022. And we plasters all over that. And so, no, I didn't have any.
Okay, we still have that essay due next week.
Yeah, I know you got an essay to write. Okay, well, so I still managed 129. I'm done. You want to go? You want to dump? You want to dump me? Fine.
Could you send us the link for this lecture though?
I'll do that. Let me get it saved, and can you give me like 5 minutes, and I'll.
Yeah, you could just email.
Give me actually. Hang on. I think I can give you the link now. Hold on. Where is that one? So that's going to be week 3 pickup folder, right? Let me give you the week 3 pickup folder, but I won't have the lecture up there for like 4 or 5 minutes. And then if there's questions, it's 4 or 5 minutes. It's questions plus 4 or 5 minutes if folks have some questions. But I'll as soon as I give you the pickup folder, I'll start working on it. So week 3. Hang on, hang on. All right. I think I already saved it as a PDF, but I'll do that again just to be tidy. It's going pretty quick because I didn't have a lot of imagery in there. All right, ding, 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 ding. Just because it's you, Plaster, I put the lecture notes in the lecture folder, all pinche ready, okay?
Thank you.
So now, let me give you the week 3 pickup folder. Okay, there you all are.
Thank you, Reg.
I would next week. So I'm gonna get like you guys go do your thing. Next week I'm gonna show you this cool Rancho map that we're gonna talk about. You know, I'll just be the last little cartographic thing. Didn't I show you guys that blue Rancho map in the boundary course? Yeah, that map. I mean, I'm just in love with that map. I put that map under my pillow and sleep with that map. That is such a great map. Okay, float wave. Anybody who has questions wants to stay after, fine. Abe, I thought you were asking about Florida and you had questions about Florida. So either way, I didn't realize you were asking about possible homework assignment.
Yeah, I was just, I try to like stay a week or two ahead just to organize my life. So it's just nice to know like if we have a lab, yay or nay, kind of earlier the better. So it would definitely be nice to know sooner rather than later what is going on with our homework.
Thank you for your input.
Okay, appreciate it.
Okie doke. Martin.
Hey,
you got something you want to
yes, I didn't know if you. Yes, as always. I just didn't know if you wanted to talk about the lab right now that I missed, or we could do that another time.
You'll have to refresh my memory. Which lab are we talking about? Oh, in this class?
The in-person, yeah, the in-person survey class.
Oh, that. Well, are you
I
somewhere?
could take the L if I need to, but I'm gonna be home tonight, so it's all good.
No. Well, okay, I'll help you. Then I'll do the GIS 40 calendar sheet. Have you got your information with you?
Information as far as what?
Yeah, so there were two in-person, well, there was one in-person and one non-in-person. You got the non-in-person done okay? Like, did you submit it?
Yeah, that
already?
one was fine. Yeah, I submitted that.
Okay.
All good. It's just I don't know how to make it in person.
So I don't know how you're gonna do the in-person. So have you got somebody who's gonna do it with you? Have you already worked that part out?
No, I haven't discussed
Okay,
that.
all right. So let's go to. Survey 60. Measurement error lab. Now you have the lab, right? You have the handout that I sent, correct?
I got one that you sent on the 30th, but is that there was one before that? There had to have been, right?
On the 30th. On the 30th? Yesterday?
Yesterday. Yeah, you sent something yesterday?
Yeah, well, that's for this